Hey, what is going on, everybody? It is Friday. So great to be here with you all. Thank you all for jumping in. I know we're running late today. I had an appointment. My apologies. Got to handle the family before anything, guys. So here we are, back again. Is Brian Kohberger innocent? Who did this? I would like to know. Wouldn't you? We're going to talk about it today, guys. Let's do this thing. All right. Yo, what's up, everybody? Happy Friday to you all. This July 14th, 2023. It is my baby sister's birthday today. Yes, it is. Happy birthday, little sister. If you can hear me out there, I hope you're having a wonderful day. You deserve it, kiddo. Guys, thank you all for being here with me today. Again, guys, the title of this thing is The University of Idaho. Is Brian Kohberger innocent? I don't know. What do you think? And if so, who do you think did this? That's the question of the year, guys. I think it is. I am excited to see you all today. As always, Mama Bear said she will be joining us today here shortly. And we are going to be having a special guest today, guys. We're doing a Q&A, kind of answer some questions that may not have been answered here. A very good friend of the channel, is going to be coming up here and joining us today as we get some of these questions answered from you all, the beautiful people. I do thank you all so much for being here today. As always, I love you guys to death, and this is the delight and highlight of my day, guys, every day. So thank you for being who you are. Let's see who is here today in the house with us. Looks like we got B Slims is back. Welcome back. Good to see you, dear. Chick Antique, welcome. Good to have you. JC Marty, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Ivon Montez, welcome back. Captain Ford, good to see you again. Miss Tracy, great to have you here. Let me see. Who do we have? The Canadian cat lady. Meow, meow. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Thank you so very much for joining us. My friend and yours, the one, the only one made nut, Mr. Eddie is back. Good to have you, brother. Good to see you. Marley Kate, welcome back, my dear. Miss Patty Barnett, great to have you here. Thanks for joining us. B. Oakley, all the way from Cali. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Good to have you here. Josie, aka Joker Febo, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. The lovely Miss Zelda's in the house. Good to have you here. King Leonidas, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Miss Bonnie Messick, Mr. T, what's going on, Brother Mark? Good to see you. Ohana. Ohana means family. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Let's see. The lovely Miss Sherry's in the house. Wisdom Speaks. Thank you for joining us today, my dear. Night Owl, good to see you. What are you doing out? It is daytime. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you guys so very much. Let's see. Miss Tracy, good to see you. I think I already spoke to you, but I'm sorry. You get a double time. Samira Davi, good to see you. Thank you so very much. Keith A, welcome back, brother. Good to have you here. Cold as ice. Just like Foreigner used to say. Hey, hey. Great song. Love it. KT, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Let's see. Deb Chutro, welcome back, my dear. Good to have you here. Good to see you. All right. KT, good to have you here. Good to see you. Bad Wolf, welcome back. Always a pleasure to see you guys. Miss Cammy Q's in the house. Hey, hey. Good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us. All right. Sherry K, welcome back. Miss Becky, that's a new name. Good to see you. I may not be. I have to think here, but good to see you either way. Thank you for joining us. Eve Lucky, we are so lucky to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you. We're getting there. Doodlebug Farts, I love your name. You are awesome. Thank you for joining us today. Oh, thank you very much. Peaches 81, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Thank you as well. That's my beautiful granddaughter. She's my heart. She likes to jump in every time I'm on here. Sherry K, great to see you. Thank you so very much for that. Let me see. Mudman, what's up, bro? Good to see you. Good to have you here. T2014, always happy to see you. Miss Kells, welcome back. Shadow Dimensions, my brother. Great job on all that stuff you've been working on, bro. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. And I'm so happy to see you here today, bro. Thanks for joining us. Jazz King's in the house. Good to see you. I may have just made a mistake and mixed two people up. My apologies on that. Either way, it's great to have you guys here. Candy Girl. Hey, let's sing a song. Right. No, not my voice. Welcome, dear. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Miss Crystal, good to see you. I know I'm a cornball, folks. We know. It's okay. I'm allowed to be. There she is. The OG, Miss Brady B. Good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us today. Luciana Lins, good to have you here. Welcome back, Miss Lady Speedwell. Always happy to see you. Good evening to you. Thank you for joining us. R3M3, great to have you here. Miss Rachel Smith, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. And no. We're almost there. Let's see if we can do this. Is that it? Party of Fives in the house. Miss Anina V, thank you for joining us. Always happy to see you guys. Where are we at here? Let me jump to the bottom and see. Miss Amy D's in the house. Welcome back, dear. Mimi, welcome. Good to see you. Carolyn Miller, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for being here. Deb Wayforth, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Chick Antique, always happy to have you here. Gladys Kravitz, welcome. Good to see you from Northern Illinois. That's awesome. David Clayton, my brother, thanks for jumping back in here with us today. Gordon Shumway, hey, good to see you, bro. Stevie Irwin, thank you for being here, brother. Ivan Montez, great to see you as well. Bad Slave, hey. Miss Crystal, good to see you. Tara Pink, good to have you back. Jesse Schul, welcome. All the way from Taiwan, my friend. Good to see you. I think I covered it. There she is. The Dolphins in the house, guys. Thank you for jumping in here, dear. Mic dropping mom. Hey. Got some mic drops today. Marguerite, good to see you. Abra Cadabra, I want to reach out and grab you. Hey. Miss Sweet Melissa, good to see you. Vix Logic, thanks for joining us. Hash Cats, welcome back, bro. Good to see you. Cat Spade, thank you for joining us today. It's great to have you here. I'm glad you made a live too. Altered Soul, welcome back, bro. Or ma'am. I hope. Sorry about that. Sherry Coles, welcome. Good to see you. Dana Dane. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Leslie Ann, welcome. Good to have you here. Casey Rain, welcome back. Good to see you. All right, all right, all right. Let me see. Oh, there they are. Lisa and cannoli. Gotta love the cannoli. Gotta love the cannoli, David. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see here. I think I got everybody at this point. If I did not get you, if you would, please, please, please remind me, guys. Remind me, Dad. On the way in the door, please, guys, if you would, leave a little DNA on that like button. Don't forget. And share this out to whoever you think might want to hear my big mouth run all day. Welcome, welcome, Gemini65. Good to see you. JD 18. Welcome. Good to have you here. It's so great to hear about that. I appreciate your subscription and welcome to the family. I hope you enjoy yourself. Canadian True Crime Buff, always happy to see you. No change. No change. What's going on, sis? Good to have you here. Marina girl, good to see you, dear. And I love you as well. All of y'all. I love you all so very much. Thank you for being here. All the shirts, good to see you. Thank you for being here, guys, and supporting this channel the way that you do. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here, guys. Makes it worth my work. There's the Cowboys in the house. Makes it worth my while every single day, guys. Zelda, good to see you, dear. Christy, welcome. Good to have you here. Rach, good to see you, Rach. Thanks for joining us. Stacy Cash, good to have you here. You're new. Well, welcome to the family, my dear. I hope you enjoy yourself. So great to have you here. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Good morning to you all. Good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever it is. I hope it's good for you because you all know it's good for me to be here with you. I appreciate you so very much. Joe D18, good to see you. Looks like a new name. Thank you. Good to have you here. If you've been here before, I'm sorry if I didn't recognize it. I see a lot of names. Most of the names takes me a few times to get used to it, but I will. I hope you're all having a great start to your Friday. It is over, folks. This week is done. The weekend is here. It is so great to say that. TGIF, for real, right? For all you hard workers out there, Sky, R31, thank you for joining us. Allie, good to see you. For all you hard workers out there, it's that time, guys. You get the weekend off. You get to chill, and I'm glad you're starting your weekend off with me. That's a damn fact, folks. I appreciate you all so very much. Danger Zone, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Come on in. 259 beautiful people here. And I ain't even got to say it because we already broke the algorithm, guys. We are up over 100 likes. Thank you all so very much for being who you are. You guys rock. Seriously. We're out in that algorithm now. We should be flowing like water. 1.5 hours for T 2014, and you're done. Hey, good to hear. Good news. Tara's listening at her desk right now. Kim Marin, you work weekends. I'm sorry, darling. You know that. We love you. Good to see you, Kim. I'm glad you're here with us today. Tyler, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Got to get in the chat more. Hey. Dean A, good to see you. As I said, guys, we are discussing today, is Brian Kohberger innocent? We don't know. Jameson, good to see you. If he is innocent, though, who did this? I would like to know as much as you all would. Jennifer S., thanks for joining us. William Tardy, you're not tardy. You're good. Typically unique, beautiful out in Northeast Ohio. It is. It is. Thank you for joining us today, a fellow Buckeye. We got some Buckeyes in the house, that's for sure. A lot of us Ohioans out here. You got your first notification out after 3 months. Chick, that's crazy. Gotta love YouTube. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. Welcome to all you new meatballs, by the way. I am super excited to have you guys in the fam. You got to know that. You got to know that. That's a fact. As I said, we will be having a guest today. Miss Leslie Densley, I love seeing you in the chat. Thank you for joining us today. You're just as awesome, if not more. I'm so sorry to say, but I think you're more awesome. Bix Logic, the car will tell. I don't know. I don't know about that one, Vix, but good point. Misty Jane, good to see you. Gregory Fry. That's right. Innocent till proven guilty. That's a fact. Chocolate bucket. Oh, my mother makes, or not my mother, my wife makes those every Christmas. She makes really good ones too. Absolutely. T 2014. Miss Jennifer S has been a member for a month. What? Thank you so much for that, Jennifer. We appreciate you and love having you in the family. That is a fact. Mm-hmm. That's a fact. Miss Potts, there she is. Miss Annie's in the house. Good to see you today. It's a special guest, a very close friend of the channel. We can talk about that. Change here in a little bit. Welcome, Annie. Good to see you. Jennifer S. Back to you. Where we at? Where we at, guys? If you will, please welcome all the new people that we have here, all the new meatballs that decided to come in here and jump on into the sauce and float around with us every single day and spill sauce here and there. Talking about the stuff we do, we appreciate you. So please welcome them all with open arms. Let them know how welcome they are and how we are over here, because we do appreciate anyone and everyone that likes to join this family. So there's for that, guys. There's quite a few new ones here. It is great to have you all here. Thank you. Striker Force for you. What's up? Good to see you. Interesting name. Love these names. Dago needs shirt that says, "That's a fact." That's a fact, Jack. You guys need to start clipping what my my the things I say all the time, like I agree with you 100%, or that's a fact. All that crazy shit that I say all the time. I know I say stuff. I've even caught myself like, why do you say that all the time? You know what I mean? Absolutely, Eric Pascal. Good to see you, my friend, and thank you for being here and supporting this. I am excited to say, guys, we are going to be starting the Midnight series back up again this coming Monday evening. It's going to be the first episode. Again, we're going back to the old days to start with, and we're jumping into the mafia, folks. We're going to be looking into the mob, starting way back when, and working our way all the way up to where we are now. Welcome, Miss WSU Kim. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Great to have you here. All right. Let's see here. All right, let's drop that there.
Where are my cigarettes at?
1 second. Okie dokie 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 do. All right. All right, that link is in chat. Miss Kim, whenever you are ready, you click that link and you come on up here, if you will. Some people had some questions last night. Marguerite, thank you for that. Some people had some questions that they didn't get answered last night over there at Roy's stream last night, which was a great stream. Thank you so very much, Miss Bonnie Bailey. First super chat of the day. That's a fact, Jack. Meatballs in the house. All right. Thank you so very much for that. Yay. Whenever you are ready, my dear, you click the link, you come on up, and we are going to have a Q&A with the lovely Miss Kim. There she is.
Finally, I'm sorry, everybody. I did not mean to leave dramatically yesterday. Not my plan. My neighbor just had a fire, and prior to the show with Rory, and I just everything all of a sudden went out. Like I just literally got YouTube back.
You do
Maybe
not
an
have
hour
to
ago.
apologize. You don't
Well,
ever
it's
have to
so
apologize.
dramatically weird. It's so weird. It's like, what? Now where'd she go? You know, it was crazy,
Well,
and I apologize.
Of course, we were worrying about you, of course, because then there was no answer. So everybody was calling like crazy and messaging all that. So that's why I thank you for messaging back last night when you finally got it. And so it's awesome. I appreciate that. And thank you for joining us today. Like I said, our community here that you are part of course, had, it was a great stream over there last night, but they had a lot of problems hearing because there was a lot of people talking over. I was guilty of it too. And there was some background noises. Some people were louder than others. It is what it is. There's growing pains when you start doing new streams. It's got a lot to get used to.
Right. And there's a lot of questions here. Like people have a lot of questions and they want to be heard, and I get that.
Absolutely. Now I will tell you one thing, one question. That is part of not this is for everybody else, guys, before Kim even has to say anything. The title of this is is Kohberger innocent, and if so, who did this? She doesn't know just as much as I don't. So that question to ask her would be a mute point. So don't even bother with that one. But everything else, and she will let you know what she wants to answer, does not want to answer, just as before. And we're going to do this nice and slow. We're not going to bombard her with anything. We're going to take our time and just enjoy our guest and what she has to say with us today.
You're very sweet. You're so nice. Thank you. You're
and
so
you guys
kind.
will all be respectful, as you always are. I appreciate that, guys. Remember that, okay? So this is a guest. We treat her as such. Even though she's part of this family, she is still a guest today. So
I can't wait till the day I'm not a guest, when I'm just a part of the family.
I get it. I think we all can't wait till that day. Let me slow this down here 1 second. 1 second. My chat is cruising again. Hold on. All right. Thank you, Heather. And welcome again, Kim. It's so great to have you here, darling.
And can I just say something to everybody in here who's so nice? Because it really, I know that I say that I've got a thick skin, and I do, but I really appreciate everybody's kindness, because everybody here is kind. Heather, like, if they welcome me, they say hello. It's really nice to hear hello in the morning. I'm sorry, to me, because it happens in the morning at my home, so at my time zone. But it's really nice to hear good morning or hello or hi, to be greeted. So I really appreciate that, and I think we don't do that enough with each other. I think that we need more kindness.
I agree.
I agree.
I do agree. We need to. I've been saying this for forever, guys. Welcome, Rhode Island housewife. Good to see you. I agree that we need to go back to and remember that we are all the same brothers and sisters of the same God, guys, and we need to treat each other as such. End of story. There's no, there's too much negativity in the world right now, and there has been for a long time, and it's not getting better; it's getting worse. We are the ones that control that. We are the ones that make that change, to make that different. And it only takes a couple words of kindness every now and then. Hi, how are you? Good morning. Good evening. Thank you. Things like that, guys. Remember who you are. Tomorrow's not promised. It's not.
That's true, right? And it makes our children better people, to hold a door or help somebody or lend, I don't know, just to extend yourself. I think if we did that more, maybe this wouldn't have happened. I can't get away from that fact. If this did happen because of bullying, gosh, what if? What if a child wasn't bullied, right? I don't know if BRYAN did it. I don't know who did it. I don't know how it did it. I have knowledge I can't share, because I wouldn't do that to another human being, and you wouldn't want me to do that to you or your child, so I'm not going to do it to anybody's child.
Right.
And when the time is right, or when I'm allowed to say, I will tell everybody everything. I promise that. I will answer every question 100%. But right now, I think it's just like, I don't know, it's like being this is a terrible analogy, but it's the only one I have. It's like being a kid at Christmas and snooping for your gifts. You really don't want to find your gifts till Christmas morning.
That's right.
And when the time is right, right? So
Yeah.
I know that's a happy against a negative, but that's my only analogy. I lived, until this, life was a bubble. And wow, I learned life. I'll tell you what.
Yes, you did. We all did. Sadly, we all have.
Yes. Yeah.
I want to say that. I'm glad you said that, Kim, because I think we've all, like, I've been covering multiple cases. We covered Kelly Rodney, Deborah Collier, all these cases we covered. But this case, I think this case has taught us, there's been a lot of drama that's gone on over the past couple of weeks over this stuff. I mean, it's crazy stuff. You know what I mean? And it's
crazy.
Almost quite a few creators have been affected by different variations of things. I have, multiple people have, I'll be honest with you. So, at that point, you take a step back and you look at this again. And I have done this, guys. My moderators will tell you, the ones that I'm very close with, Mama Bear will tell you, Molly, Mikey, all of them will tell you, that I've stepped back and said, do I want to do this? Do I really want to keep doing this?
Yeah. Right.
But, and I had Heather, I've talked to Heather about it before. And I've had to go, you know what? Yeah, I do, because of you guys. That's why I'm here. It's because of you guys, because you guys deserve to have truth and justice. And I'm doing this because, these kids, these victims, their families, they deserve truth and justice, period.
Right.
They don't have a voice anymore. As I always say, all of us here are the voice for the voiceless. That's why Kim does what she does. That's why everybody, and it's always pissed me off, excuse the language, but, everybody has critiqued her for going channel to channel to channel to channel. There's a reason she does that, folks. It's because not everybody's going to be in here. Not everybody's going to be in Drunk Turkey. Not everybody's going to be in Publicly Buzzed. Not everybody's going to be at CJ's channel. But if she goes channel to channel to channel, she's getting the word out there to everybody she possibly can. That's what this is all about, because she's speaking her truth, okay? And that's her way of adding to what we're doing to get real justice, because she loves these kids just as much as we do, okay? She loves her kids. I love my kids. You all love your children. But as I've said, guys, these kids are like our kids as well now, okay? They become the world's children, because this is it's a nationwide, everybody in the nation has seen this. And enough is enough, okay? This kind of stuff can't happen anymore. It needs to stop. And that's why we're doing what we're doing, to bring the truth out, to make, so, and I do personally want to thank you, Kim, for taking your part that you've had in doing this.
Well, and you know what? The thing is, most of the people out there don't have to be in this. My kids were there, right? So I had a direct reason for being there. So I don't feel like it's brave or being here. I think I'm watching my kids. You guys, all of you out there, are here because you've got. I was asked by somebody once why I thought YouTube was better than mainstream media, and I said because they care. And I said, there's nothing. Mainstream media wants to sell commercials, and YouTube wants to solve a crime. They want to help a situation. They want to change things, and they're passionate about it and they care about it. And so do I think YouTube is better than mainstream media? I do. We got rid of cable for just that purpose. I don't even have cable anymore because because people here, and that was not me before this. I am here because of this. I will likely not be here after this. And that's not because I don't care. It's that I'm better at writing a check. And that's the honest to God truth. That's my bad. I had information, so I shared it, information that could help. I will always do that. I hope I never run into information again. I will always do whatever I can for people wherever they are. But I'm just saying that people here, so I understand you questioning me and saying, why do you know this and how do you know this? You can question me all you want every single day. But please know, I'm never going to lie to you. It may not be true what I've said to you, but it's not because I wasn't told that information or given that information to share. So please know that. I'm not lying to you. My child isn't lying to me. Her friends aren't lying to me. They know what they know. It's been important information. It's changed. It did change the tone of the case in the beginning. It's still changing the tone of the case now. And I think that if we send a person and I don't know if he's guilty, He's an orange. So my question to my 28-year-old kid would be, what? And I have one. What did you do? Why are you in those shackles? You did something. Let's have a conversation, right? That would be my conversation.
That's it.
So that's where. So my whole thing is, I am here, and I respect all of you, and I thank all of you, and I understand why you question me. I would question me. I have questioned me. My husband and I have gone back and forth with vacillating between this, and like, what do we do? Like, how do we handle this?
Right.
And I'm lucky to have a good marriage, and my kids are less happy with me, and I'll be honest with that. They wanted me to tell everything to the police and the FBI. They don't like that and it's apparently it is notoriety, and they don't like that, and I don't like that. I hate it, which is why I kept my face private until I was outed, and then I had to just put my face out there so nobody else because they were threatening to go to that person's house, and I thought, oh my goodness, and they were saying she was pretending to be me. No, I am me. This is me. This is my face. This is my voice. Come to me. Do not put anybody else in harm's way. I couldn't let that happen. And that's the only reason I came out with my face. That is my face. That is who I am. So,
and that's
I'm sorry.
Perfectly understandable. Welcome. Good to see you, Mandy Joe. Thank you for joining us. Anna, Flavia Constantino, great to have you back. Good to see you, darling. And let's see here. Luciana Lynn. Let me just welcome a few other people real quick. Deborah, Ladybug, good to see you. And we do have the first question up here, Miss Kim, our friend, Danger Zone, my brother. Good to see you. He says, what would be the number one takeaway you would want for your children from all of this when you're looking back in a few years on all that has happened? It's a great question, Dan. I appreciate
It's a great question. And I will tell you, I've gone over this in my head for months now. I would want them to come to me when they were afraid. The number one thing I would say to my children, besides so when they leave for college, would be, there's nothing you can do, nothing that can happen, nothing that you get involved in that you can't come to me about. I love you no matter what. I will always love you, and we will solve it together, whatever that problem looks like. If people are coming at you, it's like telling our children when they're little, stranger danger, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think there was stranger danger. I think there's stranger danger in college, as juvenile as that might sound. But my advice, what I would say to them is, come to me. You can't fix it alone. These are big kid problems, and you're still kind of a little kid, right? I'm a big kid. So
mentally, yes.
Right? I'm not going to yell at you. I might be mad at you. I might, lose my shit a little bit, but okay. But my bad.
We're supposed to be that way as parents,
right?
Being a parent,
Right. Yes. And so I would say, and if you're not comfortable coming to me, go to your siblings. If you don't have siblings, and I've always said this to my children and their friends, is what I've always said to these kids, because my house is always full, and I'm blessed. I'm blessed for that. I will never tell on you. I will go with you. I will ask you to tell on your own, or I will tell for you. But if I catch you doing something wrong, we're going to go and talk to your parent about it, because that's how it works.
That's exactly how we were. We're the popsicle house guys. We were.
Yes.
We were always, we have 7 kids of our own, and we were the popsicle house.
We still are. Popsicles are free at my house.
Same here. Always have those free in the deep
freeze.
Always. Those kids, our kids are all grown. Our kids are 30, 28, 29, 26, and 17. Right. And we still have those 30-year-old, 28-year-old, 26-year-old kids that are grown adults now that still show up at our house for dinners, guys, on Sundays. Whether we know they're coming or not, they know that door's open and that they are welcome. It's part of our family. They're our children. Listen, guys, this is kind of
it's exactly what you're saying right now. Everybody knows the only rule in my home is I need a body count at night. So if there's a fire, I got a body count. And I also don't leave my house hungry. Don't ask. If you need something to eat, you don't ask me, go to the you will never get, where the gate, we honestly, and what a blessing to have that.
It is. We have a couple of different kids that, my friends have had, my friends are multifaceted. They have black friends, white friends, Puerto Rican friends.
Mine too. Yeah.
And a couple of these kids come over and say, we are their white mom and dad, they call us. And it's it doesn't have to be that way, but he'll walk in the door like, what's up, white dad? What's going on, white mom? It's like,
and I will tell you,
That's how
They're
it
the
is.
most respectful children, right, of all of them.
Absolutely.
My son plays basketball, and we took him to play in, well, it would be considered the hood. I'm not think any kid would say it's the hood, and because you know what, you play with the best. You want to be the best, you play with the best, and that's what we did. And my husband coached, and these kids will show up, and it's mama. They either call you auntie or mama, and there's no like, I have to tell you, the most beautiful children I've ever been with are these children who, well, racism is real. And I'm not racist in any way, shape, or form, but I've seen it from their view, and it's
sad
terrible.
that it still goes on. It's sad that it still goes
sad.
on.
It's sad that it still goes on. They're such lovely children. They're just like my son. They're no different. I've got Wonder Bread over here. These kids are just as perfect. Yes. I adore them. Their mothers and fathers are great parents, or they're not. Just like my other kids' friends.
You're right about that's one thing I will say. Like, I have some of these kids that we have adopted as our own children. Some of them have really great parents that we're friends with too. You know, they come over here. Some of them don't have any parents that were not involved in their lives as much, which is why they were attracted to us to begin with. Sure. And that's okay. You know, I don't have any hard feelings against those parents either. I never have. You know, we've even had conversations with these parents. They work too much, or, you know, we've had a couple kids whose parents ended up having some drug issues that were not involved in their lives, going through this, going through that. That's okay. That's okay. You're still part of our family, and that's the way it's always going to be. They come. That's why we can't ever have private, intimate family events, because there's always 35 kids here. That's part of how that's our family. We're okay with that. And my wife will tell you herself, if we have less than 5 people in our house in a given day, she's not happy with that. It's too quiet. And it's like, okay. You know what I mean? Yes.
And I don't know how to cook for 5 people. I'm just going to say that now.
You don't either. She cooks like for an army.
For 5 people.
Right. Yep. So when you have 7 children or more, guys, you have to understand something. This woman, when all the kids moved out, it's just me, her, and Katie, the 3 of us, and her mom was with us too. But she can't cook for just that. We always have a massive amount of leftovers because she's used to cooking for 7, 9 people every time she cooks.
Correct. So that's so funny. Yes. I feel her. And you don't want to throw it away, so you, like, what do you do with it? You try and send it home, or you deliver. Like, you're right. And the kids, you know what? Every family has something. My family's not perfect. No one's home is perfect. Nobody's family is perfect. These children, these 4 children, were exactly like my children or your children, and I fully believe they got taken advantage of.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And I want all of you to tell your children before they leave for school, if shit goes sideways, call me. If anything seems like it's a little off, call me. I'm not going to pull you out of school. Promise you won't overreact to what they tell you. I think that's the best thing I could say.
Dolphin, come on up, hon. The link is in the chat. Dolphin's going to join us up here as
well.
I
like Dolphin.
No, yeah,
I like everybody here, though.
Absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
There's the link in the chat, dear. Come on up, join us if you will, please. I appreciate you. Mama Bear should be in here shortly too, as well.
Oh, good. Oh, she's sweet.
Yes, so very much so. Thank you, and we love her to death too. So, like I said, this is a great community. That's why I like this community so much, because it's why I say it's my family, because it is family to me. You know what I mean?
Right. It's my morning routine now.
Yes. And I love having you. I'm glad that you're in here. I see you in here every single day, so I appreciate that so very much.
And I try not to talk because I want other people to talk, and I don't want to overwhelm people. And I know that I can get people riled up, and I don't want to rile people up.
Well,
but,
that's okay. That's
I just like to correct things too. If I want to be on record saying what I've said, I've got a paragraph, literally a paragraph.
Yes.
It was an important paragraph in this, but it's a paragraph.
That's your right, though. You know what I mean? With everything you've done, and I feel that you've done a lot for a lot of different communities, and for this whole scenario going on, you deserve that right, as well as just being who you are in general for what you've gone through. You know what I'm saying? So I absolutely, wholeheartedly believe that. Welcome, Dolphin. Good to have you here, dear.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Yes, we can hear you. You've got the
Hey,
best
Kim.
voice
How are
on
you
the planet.
doing?
I am well. I wish I had your voice. I cannot re-listen to myself.
I told you. I
don't like to listen to myself
honestly,
either.
You should be doing radio, like you should be doing dubbing. You should get paid for that voice, lady.
I
We've all
have
I
been
love
told
it.
that. I told them I used to work for Turner Broadcasting in Atlanta for 16 years,
You
and a guy
did.
was trying to get me to do voiceovers and all sorts of
You
things
should.
like for years.
you
But
could do
I
it.
was just like, nah.
It wouldn't
Oh,
be
are you
great.
kidding me? I sound like Laverne on Laverne and Shirley.
It, no, no,
A little bit.
no.
Yes, I do. That's okay. I own my
I like
back.
the accent though, so you're
Mhm.
It's
good.
kind of a mix, right? A little
Yeah.
West Coast, a little East Coast.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
definitely.
You'd be great, Dolphin. You'd be great for like radio commercials and stuff like that.
Right?
It would be amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. According to you guys.
Audio book reading. Oakley says that's perfect. You could probably get mint doing that, just reading stories. I told her that before, guys. I'm like, you should go
Yeah.
into reading stories like bedtime stories to kids.
Yes.
Make a mint doing it. I'm telling you.
Right? One of the
Thank
girls I
you.
went to high school with is the voice for, I'm never going to remember the game. It's a game. Now I'm never going to remember her name. But she made a mint. Still making a mint off it. I'll remember the game. It'll come up when I'm sleeping and I'll text it to you,
Absolutely.
Dago, and you can tell everybody. I can't remember her name.
Right.
And
There
a
you
game,
go.
because I don't do those gamers.
Change just said, Kim, you sound as beautiful as Dolphin does. And I agree. You do.
Well, thank you very much. I'll
You have
take
an
it.
awesome voice. Absolutely. Absolutely. Again, welcome, Dolphin. It's great to have you up here. Kim, thank you so much for joining
Of
us
course.
today. And Miss Dolphin, did you have any questions you would like to jump off with real quick?
I did. I did.
There you
I
go.
tried to listen to the stream last night, and, as Dago said, it was kind of confusing. A lot of
Yeah.
people in chat were confused. And so I
Right.
was listening to you and I was looking at chat, and I think um, it would be nice if you kind of told your story again
Okay.
without, eight other people interrupting you or whatever, because I
Right.
think it just, to me, it's like if you're recounting a story, it's, this happened, then that happened, then that happened.
Right.
And you have never really been given an opportunity to just let it flow exactly as you recall it, without
Oh,
being stopped or, whatever. And, what was I going to say? Because there were certain things that you mentioned last night that I had never heard before, and there was a huge confusion in
Right.
chat, and nobody was looking at chat, and everybody in chat was trying to get back to, well, wait a minute, I'm confused. What is she saying? Blah blah blah. It had to do with the alibi, but I don't want you to start.
right.
If you don't mind,
Right.
could you
Okay.
start back at the beginning, please, and just
Yeah.
slowly
Yeah.
take a few breaths or whatever too, if
Yeah.
you need
Take your
Right.
to,
time. Take your
and
time.
yeah. Yeah,
I
then
can
that
do
way,
that.
we can like get clarification, because it was just kind of like things were said, and then there was
Right.
confusion, and they kept going
Right.
or getting off topic, and yeah,
And
I
that's
just was so excited to hear your story, because
I
I
was
don't think I've ever sat and heard
Right.
everything.
right. And I will say this. I did try to follow chat last night, but everybody was so excited on the panel. As I was following chat, I was trying to get their attention,
Right.
and they were talking between themselves, and it was just like, okay. And I was talking to Dolphin back and forth as well. And I'm like, I'm really trying. I'm trying here. I promise I'm trying.
Yeah.
It just
And
wasn't happening.
unfortunately, it was very spotty at my house because of
Yes.
the neighbor's fire. So,
And
and
that's
everybody's fine, but it just adds drama. So it didn't need to.
oh
But
yeah,
so
right. And
I own that.
I appreciate this once again, hon. Just
Yeah,
take
no
it slow,
problem.
take your time, and
Okay.
I know how to keep you on track if I need to.
Thank
We
you.
all know that. Absolutely.
Put my
And we
guardrails
will,
up.
yes,
Right.
we will do
Okay.
that, and just take it slow, take your time, breathe
Okay.
through it, and just sit back and relax it and enjoy yourself as you can. Okay.
Okay. So it was parents weekend. My husband and I went over for parents weekend with our children who were over there. And our daughter is in a sorority. Our son is an athlete. So he's in a dorm. My daughter is in a live out on Greek Row. A live out is when you have done your time in your house, in the official sorority house, and you get to move out into one of the houses that aren't as restrictive. In the sorority houses, you can't drink. You have a house mom. It's more controlled, more supervised kind of living. Then you get to move out into, say, a house called Bacardi. And that's what college kids do. And they love it. And that's when they're juniors and seniors, they get to do that. So my daughter was in lives in a live out, and she lives with five of her sorority sisters. And typically only the same sororities live in the live out. They don't commingle, like an AP doesn't live with Kappa Kappa Gamma kind of thing. So it's typically just your sorority house. And but these are the girls that they were freshmen with, and they went through bid day with, and they went through rush with, and so there's a real bond with these girls. They're called PC-19s. Like my daughter's a PC-19. She lived with PC-19s. Um, and as they become seniors, some of the kids go to wherever their majors, because Washington State University is large and vast. So they have if you're in nursing school, you go to Spokane and you live there, which means you don't have any digs kind of in or a place to stay in Pullman when you come back for events or football games or parents' weekends. So my daughter and five of her friends opened their home to two of their other sorority sisters who were in nursing school. So any given weekend, there could be 8 girls crashing in the same house, which is not a big deal. They're all very close, and it's normal. And so it was parents' weekend, and like I said, my husband and I, we alternate because I'm an athlete and a Greek. So my husband went out with my daughter and went to the game with my daughter, and my son and I went and got pedicures. I'm not gonna lie, he let me do that with him, which was awesome. And so we spent the day together, had lunch, and then then we went back and hung out at the house for a few hours, my daughter's house, with my son. And then my son and my husband went to dinner or whatever the dads were doing. My daughter and I went out to what's called V Hall, which is a bar. And so then we went back home. It was about 1 o'clock or so. We went back to her house, and I walked her upstairs. And yes, I tucked my child in. I tucked my children in. I kissed them goodnight. I say, I love you. I know people have had a hard time with that, but guess what? I don't care. Tuck your kid in. I don't care how old they are. You'll wish you had, maybe. And so I left. My husband and I then went back to our hotel and stayed in our hotel. And my son went to his dorm room. And then we got up in the morning. It was about 7. We went to my daughter at around 8 o'clock and picked her up. And we did the whole Walmart, buying the groceries for both of them, going to lunch, and just doing what you do the day after parents' week, the Sunday after parents' weekend, making sure they've got all their stuff. And it's about 3:30 and we're leaving. And somewhere in that timeline between that 3:30 point and 5 o'clock point, and I have it written down exactly, but we get an alert, and it says shelter in place. There's been a homicide at U of I, which is literally, I know it's like 15 miles, whatever you say, but the reality is, if you know the location, the area, it's about 5 minutes, maybe 7 minutes away. In fact, we often stay in Moscow because we like it. It's nicer. Shopping's definitely better there. I'm not going to lie, guys. And I'm not being a smartass when I say that. Shopping's better in Moscow. Hotels are better in Moscow. It's just a nice place, better restaurants, whatever. It's just nicer than Poland. Poland's very agricultural and very, I don't know, like, I don't know. There's nothing to do there, basically. So, and it's 5 minutes apart, literally. So they said University of Idaho's had a homicide. My husband and I look at each other because we both get the alerts on our phones. It's called a Coug alert. Vandals are a vandal alert, which is University of Idaho. And so my husband calls my son. My son doesn't really know anything, but my daughter knows everything. She said, I know, Mom. And I said, what are you talking about, you know? She goes, I knew this morning. And I'm like, when? She goes, I don't know, like around 10. And I said, what do you know? What happened? And she said, well, 4 kids in a live out were killed at U of I. They were stabbed to death. And I said, what? And in the interim, as she's speaking, I'm scrolling on my phone trying to find anything about this crime, because I've got an alert from the school, but nothing other than an alert. And then she's got all of this knowledge. And I said, how do you know that? And she said, because one of her roommates told her. I said, well, how did she know? And she said, because her boyfriend goes to U of I. He plays football. And I said, she said they were Pi Phis. And I said, Pi Phis? I said, how do you know that? I said, you're not a Pi Phi. And she said, I know, but her friend, who's not a Pi Phi, is also Peyton's house, said that she's friends with them because of her boyfriend who plays football, because athletes are allowed to attend Greek functions and not be Greek if you're a male. If you're a male and you're not an athlete and you're not Greek, you can't go on Greek row. That's the rule. And so I said, but how do you know this, Pete? And literally, this is how I was speaking with her, because I still, when I'm thinking about it, I still get this catch my breath, like, how, like, and she goes, well, 2 of the roommates survived. And I said, okay, why didn't they, they locked themselves in the bedroom downstairs. They thought it was a party. And I said, they thought it was a party? And she said, they thought it was a party, I guess. And she's like, Mom, I don't really know. And I said, but why would they think it's a party? She goes, it's a party house. And I said, qualify that. And she said, like, I don't know, Mom, like a party house, like, drugs and stuff. And I said, have you been there? She goes, no, I've never been there. I'm like, well, we're going to have to test that when you get home. And so I'm like, okay, so you're telling me that. And at this point, I did not know that the police hadn't been there. She didn't know the police hadn't been there yet. Nobody knew that about the time delay until I put 2 and 2 together, which is what happened, which is how that discovery came into play. And so because so there's nothing still. We get home, I'm home, I'm like, put the TV on, there's nothing about anything. So, or that I could find anyway. Because we live about 6 hours from there. So I put it to bed with her. I just put it to rest and told her to lock her doors, obviously. And I asked her if she'd known who did it. And she said, there were people inside and there were people outside, and there was a creep. That's what I was told at that point. And I said, who's the creep? What are you talking about? She goes, I don't know, Mom. I really don't know. This is just what I've been told. And I said, okay. And she said, and I didn't. So then the next day, I learned that the police didn't get there till noon, because it's on the news, obviously. And I know my kid knew at 10. And so I call her back, and she's in class, and I'm like, leave the classroom, like now. Leave the classroom, please, now. We'll deal with that later, because I have questions. Like, I don't know what's going on, and I need to know what's happening here and that you're safe. And I said, first of all, why didn't you tell me at 10 in the morning? She said, you would have made me go home. And she's right. I would have made her go home. I would have packed them up and brought their asses home faster than you could shake a stick. I would have. She's right. I know my daughter, and she knows her mother. And, I wanted to go and pick them up. And, my husband talked me off that ledge. It was a fight to keep her there. My son left and he transferred after winter quarter, but my daughter stayed to graduate. She loved college. She loved Wazoo. She still does. She wishes she was going back in August, but she graduated, so she can't do that. But so I said, Kate, the police didn't know till noon. She goes, what are you talking about? I said, the police didn't know till noon, and you knew at 10. Why? She goes, Mom, I don't know. I was just told this information. I don't know anything. And I said, tell me again what you heard. And she told me again exactly the same, verbatim, same thing. Her stories never changed. They were there. They were awake. They were aware. They were locked in the bedroom. They thought it was a party because it was a party house. They were afraid because there was somebody outside. There was somebody in the back and somebody in the front, and there was people upstairs. But I didn't ever get to the point of the fear part until much later, just so you know that. And I don't know if she just learned that just through conversation or she had heard that in that Snapchat. So I don't know that, because, when she listens to the news, things can change. So I didn't listen to the news again. I immediately called the FBI. And I didn't call Moscow police for a reason, or Poland Police Department for a reason, because I'm not going to lie. I didn't trust them from the gate. Don't trust either of those police departments. Never have. A lot of parents don't. A lot of students don't. And that's a problem. But, did I perceive this? No, not even a little bit. Never did I picture this. I don't think anybody did. But I called on several occasions when I've known that my son did rush, the one who's an athlete, and he was offered drugs during bid day, and he was given a bid to every house, and he was the top bid. And he said he was top pledge of the year of 20, I think it was 2021, and maybe 20. And I said, he said, I'm not doing it, Mom. I can't do it. And I'm like, why? And he goes, I'm just going to play basketball. I'm not going to do it. And I said, why? What's going on? And he told me. So we had that open line of communication. And he told me that he was offered cocaine on bid day, and he just couldn't do it. He said, I don't know what I like. And I guess the president was right behind him. The president yelled at the guys who had offered it to him. So I called the police department, obviously, because that's what you do. You call the police when that stuff happens. And the police department, the police officer, I spoke with whoever was in charge. I don't even know what his title is. But he said, yeah, we have a heroin problem too. And I'm like, oh, this is awesome. Awesome. And I said, well, what are you going to do about it? He goes, we're working on it. And I'm
Can I interject for 1 second?
Sure.
Sorry to interrupt. Okay, whoever this person is here, Dago, allowing lies to continue without questioning is why other YouTubers call you out. You're letting misinformation on your channel run rampant, and like that person, I'll expose this. You can do what you need to do. As I've stated before, as many other people have stated before, your version of what is true and what is not is different from what Kim's version of what's true and what's not. She is telling her truth based on the information she was given at that point. So therefore, you do not know what's true or what's not because you have no relation to that scenario. If you do, then you need to say what you believe is true if you have a relation to that situation, is what I'm stating, okay? You can't call somebody out not knowing what they know or don't know. That's what I'm stating. And it's wrong to do that. She has no reason to tell something other than what she believes is her truth. Okay? If you have a true fact that that will contradict what she's stating, then show that. Otherwise, you really don't have the right to state that she's telling lies. And I would appreciate some kind of respect towards her as a guest of the channel. And if you're not comfortable with that, I understand, but that's all I can say. So again, my apologies for interrupting. I think you might need to turn your mic up just a little bit, Kim. I think they're picking up
Oh, am I
a little
quiet?
bit.
Okay, sorry.
You've got a lot of air or something in
Yeah,
the
the wind. I
background.
think
Oh,
the wind
yeah.
is blowing
Okay.
into your mic or something.
Okay. Oh,
Um,
I did, right? Okay, hold on one
there we
second.
go. That definitely
Is
sounds
that
better.
better?
So again, sorry for interrupting, and
Oh, okay.
thank you for letting me clarify that.
And here's the thing: if I have it wrong, I want to have it wrong. I just want everybody to know this. I don't want to be right. And if you've got a fact or something that you know, say something. Tell somebody something. What I want is safety for these children and justice for the children who are gone and the families. So I don't care if I'm wrong. This is the information I've been given.
Well,
So
this same person is saying, where are we at here? Somebody said, if Jack's alibi is a lie, show me where that's true. And now they also are stating, I have a feeling on who this is. 1 second here. I need to question what you're stating, I guess, which I don't believe is an issue here because it is your truth based on what you have been told, based on somebody that has been close to the situation. But I'm trying to find this other question real quick and then I can, okay, or statement, I should say. And it states right here, and I'm sorry, Kim, if this upsets you. I'm trying not to do
it's
that, but I'm
okay. It's okay. It's not upsetting me at all. I don't
okay.
want Jack to have anything. I want to be wrong.
Right. I agree with you. Unless she spoke with Dylan or Bethany, there's no way Kim or her daughter would have known any of those things. Do you have anything to like respond to in that sense?
So here's the thing. I can't give. That's information. There's information I can't share. That would be one of the things I can't share.
Okay. And I understand that completely. There's certain situations that can't be shared for reasoning.
Right. Because it's just not appropriate at this time. And when it is out and when it is, then I will clarify what I know. But I'm sorry that I'm not being coy. I'm really not. I'm sorry that I can't share everything right at the moment. I wish I could. I wish I could scream at the mountaintops every single thing I know, and then it would just be done, and people would have peace. I can't. Not how it works. I
Right.
I
Yeah,
know
that's
like it, you
understandable.
no, I get it. I absolutely do. I really do. I'm just that's why I pulled these questions or these statements
know.
so that that can be clarified. That's all. So,
Yeah, I mean,
uh,
I just can't clarify that person. But and also, what if I'm wrong and
yeah,
the information is
that's why.
wrong? And then I don't want to do more damage to these kids. I I don't think that I don't think Jack Decor hurt anybody. I don't think he hurt his. I think he loved Kaylee. I think that all of these children likely could have stopped it from happening by saying something to somebody, their parents. I think they were all sucked into something that was way bigger than them. That's what I think. If I think any of these kids are guilty, that's what I think. They're guilty of being naive and being taken advantage of.
Being
Does that, and
kids.
that makes them victims too.
Yes.
Let me just ask a question then.
Mhm.
So, because I'm trying to keep this, like I said, linear.
Right.
Right.
So, you mentioned, what your daughter told you
Hmm.
from the
Hmm.
Snapchats or whatever she
Right.
saw, and she was telling you, what was going on. That
Hmm.
so this is what I've heard from so far. That you said that they were downstairs, like locked in a bedroom together. They thought there was a
Yes.
party,
Right. Hmm.
something was going on. You said they said people were in the back of the house, people were in the front of the house,
Right.
people were upstairs, or they heard,
Hmm.
somebody
Right.
upstairs. Okay.
Right.
So, after you guys had a conversation about the Snapchat
Hmm.
messages,
Right.
then you guys had another conversation, and this was about your daughter's sorority friend or whatever, the
Correct. Yes.
boyfriend,
Right.
and I call him frat guy. I call her
Right.
sorority girl and
That's
frat
okay.
guy.
That's
And
good.
frat guy was with Jack Decor and Adam because Jack Decor and Adam are roommates. They
Hmm.
were at the corner club earlier, and then
Hmm.
they supposedly went back home. So can you pick this story up from you
There.
know right
So
in
yes.
there for us,
Yes.
please?
So right in there. So there was so at some point over so this occurred right before Thanksgiving break. So then they went
Hmm.
back to school for 3 weeks and she came back for Christmas. And there became this moment where Dylan's Dylan's statement for the PCA had come out. And and it was organic. That's not true. She had just woken up. It was absolutely organic what she said. That PCA statement, that's not true. That's not because my son looked at her and said, "Look what they're saying," and she said, "That's not true." And I, so far to date, nothing they've said has been not true to me. Nothing this 10 o'clock group has said has not been true. So I have no reason not to believe them. She was organic in that statement. The PCA is not true. And I said, okay. And she said, and then somehow we got to the point of the alibi and Jack D and Adam's alibi because I'm like, and I, so their supposed alibi, my understanding is, was with them all night. And that's what I believed it to be. Then I found out he apparently slept at my daughter's house. So and I've gone back and forth and back. And so I called the FBI back because I called them all the time. And they said, we've discovered several lies in the alibis. And that's what their exact words to me were. They've discovered several lies in the alibis. And I told them what it was. And uh, we were assigned an officer, an Idaho State Patrolman at that point then. And I know that everything is in there. So I believe that they believe whatever has been told because the defense's investigator has called me and asked for confirmation. And I'll confirm with anybody. I don't know what he did, if he did or not. I'm not saying I don't know. I do not know. Just want the right person to go down for it because these kids go back to school in 3 weeks. So that's all I can tell you at this point about the alibi is that the alibi, according to what I knew as their alibi, does not wash. It doesn't make sense. One and one does not make two.
And just to clarify, real quick, not to interrupt again, but I need to do
Hmm.
these things. Just to
Yeah.
clarify, you
Mhm.
did. I know you
Mhm.
told me personally contact law enforcement to tell them this situation, correct?
I did. I've called and told them every single thing I've ever learned. If I get any information on anything, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm a Snoopy mom. They leave their watches home. They Apple Watches, I'm dusting their room, and it beeps, I'm gonna look. Sorry, I am.
Right.
Right? My job is not to let you get away with shit. My job is to parent you. So there you go. But and I have no shame in that game. So if I get something, and I'll ask them, and I'll talk to them, um, and I will talk for them in this situation 100%. And they can either believe me or they don't have to believe me. But I'm not going to put my kid in harm's way.
Right.
So people can believe me. You don't have to believe me. It's okay if you don't. I'm just telling you, I don't believe the kids are safe there over at those schools. I don't.
Right.
I mean, we transferred our kid to the East Coast.
Real quick here too, because this has been asked 3 or 4 different times.
Right.
Is there any possibility? I don't believe that you should have to do this, but other people do. It says that I wanted to see the alerts that Kim just stated that you received at 5:30 a.m. stating that there was a homicide, because those are nowhere else to be found. Mama Bear had stated that you can go to the school website and it should show that. But do you have a way?
You know what, Daniel? I think. Oh, Daniel has it and Lana has it.
Okay.
I don't know if I still have it on my phone, because my phone, I changed phones, and I'm no longer, so I can't access the parent sites anymore for Wazoo because my kids don't attend anymore.
Right. And I know Daniel did say that he had those. That's when he embedded.
Yes, I'll look for them. I'll see if I can find them. I'm happy to get back to them.
The alert should be on the school's Facebook page, Facebook, Twitter, all of that.
Right. It's crazy what they erased, though. It's crazy how much stuff is erased. Honestly, that's why I started screenshotting things.
I was going to say it was there, because that's when I found it. I mean, you got to do some digging, but it was there. But that's been a couple months or so ago.
Right.
So
and like with Kopaka, all that stuff is like gone. Like
it
gone. And I got an alert at 3:30 in the morning.
Right.
You know,
that's the weird part of it. Yeah, I agree. So, but thank you.
I do still have a question.
Yeah.
Wait, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I just wanted to
ask. Oh, no, that's okay. Because, I just, didn't want us to get off into a different subject or whatever while we're still, some of us are still thinking about this. So let me just, I guess, tell you what my understanding of the alibi situation was, Kim, and you can tell me where I've got that wrong, where I'm not remembering it correctly or what. So I thought I remembered that. Okay, so your daughter has the friend, sorority girl or whatever, somebody that's no longer there. And everybody was in town, for the weekend, and she came from somewhere else. She's still dating this guy who's in school. Instead of frat guy, we'll call him baller guy, because somebody said he wasn't in a frat in chat. So your daughter's friend comes to see your daughter and the boyfriend, the baller guy. Okay. And instead of, this is what I, was remembering, instead of him spending the night with his girlfriend, he was supposed to have been at Jack Decor's and Adam's place playing video game or whatever, video games or whatever. And then, they went to sleep. And that's what I thought was the original alibi.
That was.
So, and now, and this, your daughter's friend stayed with your daughter at her house, correct?
Correct.
So, and then later, did you just say that your daughter said that the daughter's boyfriend, or not your daughter's boyfriend, the daughter's friend's boyfriend, baller guy, was also at your daughter's house? That's what you said? Okay, so he was actually there, but Jack and Adam are in the wind. Nobody knows what their alibi is. Okay.
I believe that to be that. I had believed that to be their alibi. And which is, I confirmed that with the FBI. And then when I realized that he actually did stay at my daughter's, that
so baller guy was never their alibi, is what you found out later. Okay.
Yes. And I corrected that. Yeah. Right. Okay. I mean, it's I don't know. I mean,
when you contacted law enforcement, and sorry to interrupt again.
No, that's fine.
When you contact law enforcement, are you able to state who it is that you give the information to when you do it, or no?
So, it's been a learning curve. No, not really. I don't. I think Daniel has a better idea of what officers I've spoken with, because that's a lot of, it's a lot of papers. It's a lot of numbers. There's a lot of information, and I would recommend. So I have had one Idaho State Patrolman that I spoke with, and I kind of know who he is, but I don't feel like I should say who he is.
Okay, well, I know that one officer. I think this is why it's being asked, is because I think it's an Officer Tolson that's in question right now, based on what
under Brady Gigler.
In the end, Taylor's all that stuff. So, so I think that's why they're asking, because he has been brought into question. They wondered if he was the person, because it had stated that he had taken tips and did certain things and different information. So that could be why people are wondering. So
and I really actually can't. Yeah,
I understand. I understand completely. So absolutely, I get it. And
I will tell everybody one day. I promise. I promise I will tell everybody everything I know or don't know. But I've never said anything that that isn't true on purpose. And I correct it if it's not true. If it's not true, I'll correct it. I'll be the first.
Like I say all the time, these are your truths, okay, based on what you believe. It doesn't mean it's a lie. It just means that it may be some misinformation that was changed around or was misunderstood, but she will bring it correct when the time comes.
When the time is right.
Per se. So thank you. And I do apologize once again for interrupting. If we can pick up.
That's okay. You're not interrupting.
Dolphin, where was the where did we leave off at? I know you're pretty good at remembering these things, because
so she cleared up the alibi statement, that previous statement. So I guess anything else that you've heard after that?
There's things that I'm not going to lie and say there's nothing else I've heard, but there's nothing else I can say.
I guess pertinent conversation or pertinent things from your daughter or from their friends or whatever that you could say.
So I recently called one of my daughter's friends because my daughter, it's hard for my daughter because it's a really painful thing for her to be going through. Honestly, they're living in this and they're trying to live a normal world, but they know this thing happened and they have conscience. Obviously, my daughter has a conscience. She told me, knowing I would pull her ass out of school, and it was a fight for me to get to keep her. And honestly, we went back and forth because I was afraid, and I had to let her live. And and I gave her a taser. Now she can't fly through she can't go through the fast place with me. She has to go through TSA now because she accidentally had it in her backpack. Like, this has consequences. I know that's a small one, but it's a consequence. It affects these kids. All of it has affected these children. She never gets to go through, what is that, clear check or whatever, fast check. She's always got to wait on the long line. That's not a major, right? It's not what anybody else went through, but it's a consequence.
Well, better safe than sorry too. So
better safe than sorry. She just forgot it was in her backpack. And so I think that so what I do know, the information I do know from people reaching out, because I want if anybody's on here and you know what happened and you're a kid or like a student and you know anything, I promise you this: I will protect you. I will walk with you. I will not let anybody. I will not let anybody harm you. I will walk with you if you say something. But the more you stick together, you guys, the more these kids stick together and say something, they are stronger if they start talking to their parents. Parents, ask your children what they know. If your kids are over there, they know something. If these kids stand together, we can put an end to this. Otherwise, kids are going to keep dying. People are going to keep dying. These people mean it. They're not kidding. They're dangerous. This isn't just one crime. And the police officer did say it was parallel crimes.
I'm glad you said that again. So you said parallel crimes last night. Crimes. Yeah. I'm sorry, Dago, were you going to say something?
I was just getting ready to state, I think everybody's thinking the same thing.
The same thing?
Mm-hmm. Just asked to clarify that as well. And a couple other people did. So if you want to go into that, Kim, whatever you can with that would be wonderful.
I will go into I will not go into one side of it, but I will go into.
Well, hold on one quick second. Are you talking about parallel investigations? Because I know last night you had said the FBI were already there, blah, blah, blah. What happened on the night of, November 13th kind of interfered with something else they already had going on. And I had asked in chat, was it FBI and say DEA, were already on the ground and, had an operation going. And then, 11/22, that happening just kind of blew up everything.
It's a special task force.
I will say before you go any further with that, I'm going to say, and nobody's going to pressure her, There is one specific investigation she's not going to talk about. I already know what it's about, and it's going to be left alone. And if nobody likes that, you're going to have to deal with it, because I will not allow her to talk about it on my channel for her own well-being. And she doesn't want to do it anyway. So that's where we're going to go from here on out. Once again, my apologies. Go ahead and continue. I'm sorry.
So they're trying to show. So it's their drug task force. It's a quad. I think it's called the Quad 4, and it's in different areas. And they've brought Moscow into it recently. They've been there since about 2015. They have been working on this drug problem, and it's a crisis actually over there. And I do believe that the children were harmed because they knew something, and it was a notice, put everybody else on notice to shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Tailgating tickets, those I've never heard of them. Those are about, we're watching you. Noise complaints, we're listening. Keep your mouth shut. That's what that is. That's what I truly and firmly believe these were. That happened here. That's what this is. And I believe they're very close to solving, or they were, and it blew it out of the water. And that's what I really believe happened. And there's many legs to it, right? If you think about how many people are over there. I called the FBI and they were there. Like, they didn't know about the crime when I called them, but I turned on the news after I called, and they were there. They were boots on the ground already.
Do you remember when you called them? Like within a day or so?
It was within a day. I had to put the pieces together. At first, I thought I called him right away the next morning in my memory. But then when I went back over my cell phone with Daniel and stuff, and you're free to ask Daniel those questions too. He'll tell you what dates. He has my cell phone records unredacted. He's not going to put them out. If I talk to you and I tell you something and I share with you privately, my expectation is you will keep it private. I learned a lesson there. So, but I trust Dago, and I trust you. And I think that Daniel would, and I think that you could ask him. Lana knows, right? I reach out to her. I reach out to Olivia. I never speak with the families directly. If they have a question, it comes to me through Olivia. And I do my best to answer or find an answer. And sometimes I can't, but sometimes I can. And then I tell, and I could be wrong too. So when people say I change up my whatever I'm saying, I'm not changing anything. This is fluid.
Right.
This is still going on. Things change. Facts are wrong. Nothing's set in stone yet. I just wanted to get set in stone so that the danger's gone. So please don't think I don't want to be known. I kept my face out of it. My social media is blacked out. I didn't go on a discovery of me. Somebody else did. And I wasn't going to let anybody get harmed being blamed for what I said or did. That's why I came forward with my face.
Right. Another thing that I wanted to ask you, do you know, because I know you're more affiliated with WSU or whatnot. I'm not sure how much connections or how many connections you have to Moscow or whatever, but do you know if the kids, or does your daughter know if the kids are saying anything about Jack Showalter, or like what they're saying about him, if he's still wherever he disappeared to or whatever?
He had a really good family friend who goes to Wazoo, or went to Wazoo, and she came out for him, backing him up. And do I know if Showalter was a part? I don't know.
What did
I'm
she
not
say
going
to
to.
back him up?
That he was not. He never didn't go to Africa. He didn't even leave. He didn't go to Boise. He went. I think he was in Pullman. But I don't know. My kid never saw that. My kids never saw him. They probably couldn't pick him out of a lineup, but he was there at that night. When they got their ride home, he
Mm-hmm.
just had to walk to that house. I mean, it's such a small little area, and so it's hard not to like, I've gone running past the grub truck a plethora of times. My son, during COVID, he played ball there, and so I would run past there, like, it was part of my my running routine every day. So and I run at night. I felt safe there. I would run at night, late at night, not a problem, because it was cooler outside. Whatever. I
Mm-hmm.
don't like to run the heat. So, um, you know, so it was safe. I understand them feeling safe, but if so, as far as students being involved, I have two things to say about that. First of all, the girls that were on 2020 and 48 hours, I don't know their names. I don't even know what house they're in, but that are friends with them, stated that they were there in the morning. They knew in the morning. So there you go. There's that. And there's a
Right.
fraternity house, Sigma Chi, is adamant to the point they wanted to find Dave, who was on Lana and Daniel's show, find Dave, because Dave was saying that he knew at whatever 8 o'clock in the morning that everybody knew, and he realized when
Right.
I was
Before he
saying
went to
that,
work. Mm-hmm.
right. And so Daniels came out and said something to the effect that, and he said that he called in sick to work. Well, I don't believe that's what the conversation was. I believe what he had said was he called into work and he wanted to stay with his fraternity brothers because of what happened, but they already knew what happened. That's the town had known. And then it went to the overdosing and the whatever. And I don't know if between that 8 and 10 o'clock period, they came up with a narrative to share with these to send out. I can't believe it wasn't on purpose that this narrative was sent out to many students at 10 o'clock stating what my daughter got. I think she just received a narrative. I don't know if that narrative is true. Do I think it was true? I think no. I think that it was planted. I think that they wanted this narrative to be so. They waited 8 hours. They were awake. They were aware. I don't know what they knew. They could have been afraid, but not too afraid to call people over. Not too afraid to clean the house. Sigma Chi was very aware. Otherwise, I'm just saying this is my feeling, my theory, right? So don't come at me. Everybody's got one. And me as a mom, I'd be saying to the Sigma Chi's, well, how do you know it was like, why would you have to be called? Maybe they wouldn't call you because they didn't want Ethan's brother to know. Why are you so adamant about this time frame? Why? And they've got another channel who's all over this and backing them up and has said they went to find Dave, but they got the wrong guy. What did you want to find Dave to do?
Right. Mm-hmm.
I have a real problem with that. And if anybody and I'm going to put this out there too, don't find Dave. Leave him alone. He did the right thing. He told what he knew. Don't find Dave. That's not okay. You'll make it worse. You're all in danger until you decide to say what you know. It doesn't matter. Facing this now is eventually it will come out. Face it now together as a group before somebody else dies. Before you're going to more funerals.
Thank you for that. I'm sorry, I was thinking about how to
That's
word
okay.
this question.
That's
No,
okay.
yeah, genuine thank you for that. What was I going to say? Oh, has your daughter said anything about what the kids have been saying about Dylan and Bethany?
They don't talk about it. So this is
No,
really an
okay.
interesting thing. So we had Parents Weekend again in April. I don't know, right? They just want to rake us over the coal a little more, I think. That's my husband and I say. So we had Parents Weekend again in April, and we went to
Mm-hmm.
breakfast in Moscow. And she said, don't say anything. And I'm like, what do you mean? You can't talk about it. Like, talk about it. She goes, you know. I'm like, what are you talking about? Why can't I? And she said, you're not allowed to talk about it. And I said, why?
And I will say before you finish that, sorry to interrupt, but that
Yep.
is
No.
true. Rory was on the ground out there, and it has
Yep.
been well known and told. If we've heard it live, you can't
Yep.
talk. They don't. It's not to be talked about. It's sin
Mm-hmm.
out there now. So I agree
Right.
with that.
Right. You
Where's that
can't talk about it.
directive coming from, though? Who's telling people not to
I have
talk
no
about it?
idea. I've
Oh, okay.
so I think so. Greek row is really Greek row. There is a law, and I know Dave went through this too. The Sam's law, and where you can do if it doesn't matter what condition you're in, what drugs you've done, doesn't matter what you call 911 to get help for a friend, you're okay. Everybody with
Mm-hmm.
you is okay. Now Dave thinks it's just the driver or the person, one person. My understanding is everybody, but it's two different states, so it could be that way in Idaho. I'm not questioning him. Um, I do, but the goal is if somebody is in peril and it looks like they're going to lose their lives, call 911. Then you call your house mother. Then you
Right.
call the officers in your house. But if it's not, let's say it's like a DUI, then you call your house mother and then you keep it in house. It's, you don't air your dirty laundry. It's how we grew up
Right.
with. We keep it. What does that get us? What does secrets get us? Nothing good. Secrets are bad.
That's a fact.
Right. You don't have to air your dirty laundry, but secrets are bad.
I think it was I just dropped their comment. I'm sorry. It was a question. They wanted you to did you have anything else before I move forward?
No, not yet. Go ahead. Keep going. I'm sorry.
Fine, that's fine. And by the way, I didn't get to say this. Welcome, Mama Bear. It's great to have you here, dear. Thank you for joining us.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
The question was, can you go more into or clarify a little bit more about the creeper and the stinky guy?
I really can't because I don't know who they are. I just know that is all I know about them.
And there's not like to explain. I guess I don't know if that was the question is to explain about.
I thought it was a plumber. Somewhere along the line, and I could have just heard that elsewhere. But a stinky guy, and he was a plumber, is kind of what, or the plumber for the school, and he was coming to fix the house.
Okay,
that is part of that. There was a plumber who was going to fix the house, and I think over Thanksgiving break.
Okay,
and I don't know when I learned that.
Gotcha. There we go. I hope that clarifies and answers the question. Let me check something here. Mama Bear, did you have any specific questions for her by any means?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I mean, I know you've already done this a couple of times, but I just wanted to make sure everybody's getting their options. I'm trying to look at chat right now. If there's anything else. Oh, okay. Somebody had mentioned it a while back here about the timeline. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you feel as far as the timeline? What are your thoughts? And what do you think the timeline is yourself?
I think it's exact. I like what time they were. I think I really I honestly could not give you. I don't really know what the timeline is. To be honest with you, I know that they were. I know that people knew it. I know they were gone before 4. I do know that because I don't even know why I know that. Maybe I've heard that. I know some kids were there at 4 a.m. and some kids were there at like 8 or 6 a.m. And then
wait, say that again.
You just
got muffled.
Yeah, you went away from me. It's okay.
I knew I think my understanding is that there were people there at 4 a.m. and then there were people, but I know that there were definitely kids who knew at 8 and definitely kids who knew at 10. I believe kids were there at 4 or people were there at 4.
Okay.
So but I don't think so. And then there's a whole bunch of other things that really do interfere with that knowledge. Like, why would Xana lie to her dad about being home at midnight watching movies with her boyfriend?
And that was something I had talked about a while back. And as a college kid, and you're a college mom, sometimes our kids, if they know that we worry about them or that we don't, they're still kids in the end, and it would tell us something to make us feel better, whether it's true or not. And that's something I said. I'm not saying that she did lie to her mother. I'm saying it. If she did, that could be a reason why. So he doesn't worry about her situation. If there was something that was going on, pretense, maybe they had talked about that and he was checking on her. Are you home? Are you safe? What's good? What's going on? And that could have been why, if that actually happened. So yeah. There's that.
Right. And exactly. And I, it's funny. I've had a conversation with my son since then, and he was doing something. I'm like, just call me if you're not going to be home. You're 20, dude. Like, what? Don't lie. Let's not be adults and lie. We don't do that. So I do get that. Maybe she was just making her dad feel secure, right? Because maybe her dad worries. I get it. I worry like a wart. Oh God, it's my go-to hobby. I love to worry.
Yes.
Right.
Absolutely.
So I mean, yeah. And so I get that. So that could be. So I don't know about the timeline. I think the only people who really know about the timeline for real are the roommates who were there and whoever was involved. And so I don't know. I don't know about the DoorDash. I don't know, like all that stuff. It's just extra stuff that's added to this just to convolute it, I think. I think the people who did this
Right.
are very smart. I think they were very, very measured in what they did. That there was a purpose to it.
Do you feel like this was highly premeditated or a fly by night premeditation?
I feel like that it was intended to be just, well, not just, but I feel like it was intended to be a shakedown to scare them into
Right.
shutting up, not saying a word. Go your way, say nothing, and no, you're not getting out of it. You're going to continue to do whatever we say you do until we're done with you. That's what I think. And I think that people they sent to do that, and I don't know, they took it. Well, I don't know if they were under the influence of drugs. I don't know. I just don't know.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And I think that did Brian go in to clean up, or was he not even there? I can't even, it's bizarre if you think about it, that a school that's as highly accredited as Washington State University would hire two people who are insane in 2 months at the same time. Like what? Because I call the school and I'm like, who's vetting these people? I have 5 students who've gone through your school. Who's vetting these people? I want my money back. Like what?
Mm-hmm.
That's insane. The fact that I only own $27 pisses me off.
Yeah,
I'm not going to pay it. They can take me to collection.
I get it. I get it.
You know what I mean? It's not even about the money. It's about the honesty, transparency.
Right.
I sent you my child. I trusted you. And you did
Absolutely.
this. So I have a hard time with that believing that that's the case. Honestly. Do I think I don't know. I can't say I don't know.
Okay. Jovio's asking specific questions about things, and if you're not comfortable with this, I don't want you to get upset. Just keep calm. You don't have to answer these questions.
Okay.
And it says, can you ask him how she knows that Xana could have been pregnant per se, and the situation? I think these are questions that came out of this email that I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer that question because that's not my place. That is not my place to answer.
And then the other question again, and I'm sure this is going to be the same, was the question or the statement that was made in that as well about a specific body part that was removed.
Okay, so I'm just going to say this. I thought I was speaking to a detective who was actually going to move forward positively with this and do something about it. Privately, I was speaking to him. My only way to get to this detective was to go through this YouTuber. And that's what I did. And I trusted the wrong person.
Right.
Oh, and Kim, so that information that was at the bottom of that email about the wounds and whatnot, that was what you got from the ISP officer with loose lips on the phone? Is that what I heard last night?
Some of it, yes.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Not all of it, but some of it. Some of it came from another source, and I'm not going to share that source either.
Okay.
Right.
Alrighty,
I'm happy to do that later. And actually, I'll probably never talk about that again because I truly was just giving it to, I had a purpose for calling the ISP officer, a genuine, organic purpose for something for a girl who I would want.
Mm-hmm.
Remind us again, why did you call him? I
because
forgot.
I wanted something to go make sure something went to Xana's sister. And I would want somebody to do that for my girls if I wasn't around, right?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Take a breath. Take a breath.
It's sad.
It's all right. It's all right. Take a breath. Take a breath for a minute. All right. Relax.
I just didn't want the world to know. And
I know. I know all about that.
So
I will say this. I want to say this. God bless you for doing that, wanting to do that, and even thinking about doing that. Okay. I just take a breath, relax, and we are going to move in a different direction with a little bit here because I don't like asking you these specific questions.
It's okay. You can ask me anything. I can choose not to.
People are demanding things, and that's why I'm trying to.
Yeah, I'm not up here to dig. I just was trying to get an order, how things happened or what she knew. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I know, and listen, for anybody that doesn't understand this, while you're taking a breath, Kim, for anybody that doesn't understand this, and I'll reiterate this for the 3,000th time. The email that was sent to this specific person was sent with the thought in mind that there was a quote unquote real detective that was involved in that situation that was going to be able to in turn do the right thing and help with what was put in there. Okay. Instead, they chose to go against what they told her and try to expose this whole situation and make it seem as if she was making all these things up, which she didn't. These are, again, truths to her that were told to her from people that were semi close to this situation at that time. Okay. In turn, like I said, she was trying to do something good, get some good out of this by going to a law enforcement official that she thought that could help with that situation. That is why that was done. How they handled it is how they handled it. That she had no control over that, and therefore is why she has issues with trusting certain scenarios now. And I don't blame her. I don't blame her. So that's for anybody that doesn't understand that, and I'm just giving it to you for what it is, guys. That's all there is to it. Welcome, Lana. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Okay, so um, like she says, chin up, Kim. Are you okay now, hon? Are you still there? Okay. She's having trouble with her internet too, so where are we at here?
Yeah, I've been trying to keep an eye on chat, but I don't know, there's probably questions further
I am
back.
a little bit here and there. Somebody wanted nobody to interrupt her, which she told the story that she was telling. That's when I asked, but that's what we're doing today is answering questions and asking questions. I'm gonna redrop the link in the chat, Kim, if you just dropped off because your internet, and there you go. She's been having internet. There was a fire yesterday before she was on Rory's live stream that they had problems with it.
Mm-hmm.
She was struggling to even get it to come up at this point. So let me check something here. Um, 1 second here. Oh shoot! Give me 1 second. Hold on. Okay, the link is still there. What do you want to speak to? Okay. That's why I was trying to completely do it, but everybody's demanding this, that, and everything else. And she says she can handle these questions, but I don't. It's not a comfortable situation for her. That's why I don't like that
Oh yeah, I mean that's totally understandable.
at all. Um, at all. And I just don't understand. It's not that important to know certain things, knowing that it's something that would upset another human being and bring bad thoughts. That just doesn't make sense to me. But people have to do what they have to do. Sadly, um, where are
Oh,
we at?
Gregory Fry is asking if someone could please summarize what she just shared with us.
Um, well, since
That's
you
a
have,
challenge and a half.
yeah, do you feel comfortable doing that, Dolphin, or would you like me to do that?
I mean, it's your channel. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, yeah, give me a moment, guys. I'm gonna try to call her.
Oh,
Um,
okay. Yeah, I guess do that while you call her really quick.
okay then. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Let me grab my phone died too, so let me plug my phone in and give a call real quick, and then if you're comfortable, go for it. If not, I can do it as soon as I get this done.
Okay. Did you say you need a minute to charge it?
I just have to find my charger, plug it in, and then I'll be able to turn it on. So it's just going to take me a matter of two minutes, I think, tops. So you guys are welcome to talk about whatever you'd like to in the meantime, and I will be right back if you don't mind. 1 second.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So Gregory, you wanted to know what she just shared. So you know who she is. She's WSU Kim. She's got a daughter that was at WSU at the time of the murders, and she basically has been on panel and other panels explaining how she knew that the kids at WSU and Moscow, University of Idaho, knew about what happened, hours before 911 was called. And she has been telling us how her daughter told her about these Snapchats. There was like a big group message going around about what happened. And she has said that the girls, Dylan and Bethany, I guess whoever it was that was sending out the Snapchat messages, they, were aware that something was happening. They thought it was a party or something, and they were downstairs locked in a bedroom together. But I guess at some point, for them to have been downstairs locked in a bedroom together, they're thinking that doesn't sound to me like you think it's just a party. So I think that they were aware that something bad was happening. She said that they heard people upstairs in the house, they heard people out in the back of the house, and people out in the front of the house. I'm trying to think, what else has she said? Um, Then she also went on to explain about Jack DeCour's alibi because we had heard, and Jack DeCour is Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, so and the co-owner of Murphy the dog. And Jack DeCour and Adam, who was the bartender at the corner club, and the guy who was in the infamous "What did you say to Adam" conversation between Kaylee and Maddie and Jack S. Um, those two. Let me back up a second. So Kim's daughter has a friend who was there for the weekend, and the friend's boyfriend, who we've been calling Baller Guy now, um, originally we thought that he was Jack and Adam's alibi, but it turns out that she's later, through subsequent conversations with her daughter, she has found out that no, the Baller Guy, the friend that was the alibi, was actually at the daughter's house with his girlfriend. So let me see, what else did she say? Mama Bear, do you remember anything else? Like about the
Um,
facts?
oh goodness, let's see. I think you pretty well covered it.
Yeah, because I'm trying to stick to just like the information that she knew,
Right.
from her daughter. And then there was a phone call that she made to an ISP
Hmm.
officer, and then through that phone call, that guy told her information that he probably shouldn't have shared with anybody, more details about the case and whatnot. So then she has relayed some of that in previous panels.
Right.
Trying to think what else.
And nobody was pregnant. So let's please stop talking and saying that any of the victims were pregnant because they were not.
There are no facts to support any of that. That's the point right there. That's the biggest
Yeah.
thing. And if there is, it'll come out when it's time to, and then that's when it'll be talked about.
Right. So let's not add to any of the additional rumors and things going around.
Yeah, there's more than enough in the rumor
Yeah.
mill right now to run a diesel engine for the next 35 years. Um, that's a fact. And everybody keeps
Oh
referring
yeah.
to this email. They keep referring to it again. That email was never supposed to be released. To re-explain, that email was sent there under the being that a police detective was going to be handling that privately, looking into those things privately, and doing what law enforcement does with stuff like that. And it was never done. It was completely flipped, flopped, dumped upside down, unpacked completely, and thrown all over the damn internet as a joke. Okay, in my opinion, it was not respectful whatsoever. Yeah. And that is why she became so upset. Okay. And I don't blame her. That's not how things should be handled. We're adults. These people are all adults. It should be handled as any adult would. Okay. Whether the things that were in this email were true or not true, they were true to her based on information that was given to her. As I keep stressing, these are her truths. Whether we believe it, or anybody believes it, or think that it's not any remote, that it's not true, that has no bearing on anything. That's not our right to judge, because she's the one that was given the information, whether again it's true or not. So therefore, that's what she's telling. It's her truth. Okay, and that has to be understood. This is
Right.
why.
And I'm sorry, in my personal opinion, the things that, like I said, that I tried to remember that were actually things that she got from her daughter early
Mm-hmm.
on are the things that I would like push to the side and say, okay, I can, stand behind these or
Right.
whatever. But as time goes on and these kids are like talking and whatever, and to me it kind of becomes a game of telephone, because you had the story that, oh, somebody OD'd and this happened or that happened and
Right.
everything. So the fact that one maiden nut mentioned that she said there were people in the house at 10 a.m., a group of people in the house at maybe 8 a.m., and then a group of people or some people in the house at 4 a.m.,
Mm-hmm.
and then so when she said four, I'm thinking, the guilty parties, right? Or whatever. But
Absolutely.
like that to me, because it came later, in her information gathering to me, I just am like,
Right.
not so sure about that or whatever exactly. Like, so I don't know. It's kind of, I'm sort of taking it all in, and I'm also waiting to hear what is actually shown in the trial, what's in court, you know?
Right.
Because I mean, it may turn out that a lot of the things that she said, are going to be revealed at a later time.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
One moment, guys. I'm just, like I said, I'm trying to get a hold of her again. Like I said, I think that she was struggling when I talked to her this morning before I went live with her internet, still from what had happened last night. It was,
Mm-hmm.
she was building it back up or whatever they were doing over there with it. As I said, there was a fire very near to her last night, and a lot of things went out, and she was still waiting on it, trying to get a good signal. I guess they're still working on it in some sense somewhere. So
Oh.
that was, what the issue is, and that could have been why um, it dropped. Let's see here.
I see what one maiden nut said, and one maiden nut is Eddie, correct?
Yes.
He said maybe something about DM and BF being scared, but not too scared to call friends over. Yeah, I do kind of have a problem with that. That's why I said, wait, they, had the presence of mind to go downstairs and lock themselves, in a room. But then it's like later they're calling people over and texting about what happened. And then obviously a cleanup or something else happened, in that time period. And then, yeah, you're like, okay, 8 hours later, 911 is called. And oh, don't forget, Hunter J is called along with whoever else to come over to supposedly open a door that they couldn't get into because they didn't, know, quote unquote, know what happened. Yeah, there are a lot of things that are still off with them, in my opinion.
Hey, Jules, where'd you pop in from?
Oh, Jules is in here? Oh, great.
Yeah. She said, has Kim ever mentioned hearing her daughter take a phone call around 10 a.m. that day? Because she claims she picked her up at 8 a.m. and was with her for a few hours grocery shopping, etc. Hmm.
I don't remember hearing that, but I can definitely ask her. Um,
I vaguely remember something, but very vaguely. Seems like, yeah, there was something, but I can't remember, and I don't want to say anything and it not be accurate, so. Um,
What do you think you remember?
Zelda, sorry, Zelda and Cold as Ice. What is going on between you two? I've been watching you two go back and forth.
is there a problem somewhere?
Well, I find it very hard to believe that Zelda April is being rude, for one.
Mm,
And I know there was something that Zelda said that, or yeah, Zelda April said, please, you've mentioned it 2 or 3 times. We get it, just stop, not in those exact words, obviously. Stop saying it. And then they just kind of keep going back and forth. So I'm just trying to figure out. And cold as ice, I said, please. That is pretty nice at this point, I think. So I'm not sure what's going on.
Hang on, everyone. I'm just about done here.
Okay.
It says, okay, cold as ice, settle down. You have repeated that several times. Drop it, please. So I don't know what. Let's see. Sorry, Dolphin.
No, go ahead.
Answer to your question. It seems like I remember her saying something because it was Parents' Weekend. And something about grocery shopping and stuff before they went to visit that day or something that early morning, and she got the alert and then called her daughter. Something around that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. She said something about they were shopping. I think they were doing some shopping and buying some things for the kids before they got on the road, is what she said.
Yeah,
And
something like that. And
I think while they were in the car, she got the alert. And then she called her daughter.
Yeah. And she was like, yeah, I got that at 10 o'clock this morning or something like that. Okay, Kim says she's trying to get back up. There you go.
Oh, I didn't even see it. I was trying to call her, but that explains why. There's the link there. Sorry about that. There it is right there. Click on it, and you'll be floating up here with the rest of us.
So cold as ice. I'm reading your comment now. Cold as ice believes that Kim should not have shared that info with anyone, just the FBI. So whatever's going on with you,
she knew what to do. I don't think that's what the problem was. I don't think she understood, or not that she didn't understand. At that point, I don't think she knew what she should do. Welcome back, dear.
Sorry, it glitched again. I don't know. They must be working on something.
That's fine. No worries. I figured it was something.
Yeah, I mean, it's so weird to have a fire in a lake, but whatever.
Absolutely no worries.
And nobody was hurt, so that's a good thing. But yeah, I can't be mad.
That's awesome. Good to hear.
Yep. So I'm sorry.
No problem. No problem. Welcome back. Good to have you here. Now, to pick up where we left off, I think the story has been told. Did you hear everything you wanted to hear, Dolphin, as far as her retelling that situation and everything?
Yes. I mean, if that's all, that she actually knows, from her daughter or whatever, then yes. I was trying to scroll back up because Jules had a question about a call.
That's right. Right. Yes.
Was she there at 10 a.m. when her daughter received the call?
So it wasn't a phone call. There was Snapchat.
We can't. Honey, you're way far away. It sounds like.
Oh, it does.
Okay, there you go. That's perfect.
Oh, I found it.
So it wasn't a phone call. There were Snapchats. Not phone calls.
Somebody. Jules had asked. You know who Jules is. She had asked.
Yes, I do.
Let me find the exact question again.
Nope.
If you have timestamps on it, it's at 3:24 p.m. 2:24 for you. Yep, that's it.
Right.
She basically restated the question in that same one.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you find it, Mama Bear?
That one.
That's it. If your daughter, it said if your daughter got a phone call and she walked off to take the call around 10 a.m., would you have noticed that?
No, that would be normal behavior, actually.
Okay, gotcha.
I mean, and it was a Snapchat, so I'm always at them to put your phones down. They know to put them down at the dinner table. There's times they can't have their phones, but they're a part of their body. It's like I gave birth to a cell phone and a child at the same time, honestly.
Right.
It's the nature of the beast.
Yes, ma'am. Joel's stating after that. Okay, but I thought She thought you had been saying it was a phone call from the sorority sister.
Okay, so I might have said phone call, but it's a snap. It was a Snapchat. I wasn't born with a cell phone attached to my body, so I am, and I'm 58. So when your phone is in your hands and you're communicating to me, it's just like, it's a phone call. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just verbiage. And I guess I should be clearer in this kind of situation, which
no worries.
I'm trying to be.
No worries.
Okay.
Thank you.
But I understand why Jules would be confused. Like, I said it was a phone call, but it was a Snapchat. To me, they're kind of a text and a phone call, the same kind of thing.
Right. And it was a group Snapchat,
It was
right?
a group Snapchat,
not a personal one.
Right. But the
That's what
upside
Jules wanted to know.
Right,
Yeah.
right. It was a group snap, and the good thing is that it was Parents' Weekend, so they were memorialized, and that is why I believe the 10 o'clock kids could have theirs pulled back, because they were memorialized. If it's not memorialized, my understanding, and listen, this is just my layman's terms. A video will survive and can be recovered. A Snapchat that is just not memorialized cannot be recovered. If it has been memorialized, it will go away but can be recovered. That's my understanding. I could be wrong. I don't know, but I do believe they pulled back they were able to get a lot of the Snapchats, and I did give permission for them to go into our cloud.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
But I don't get to get them. That's the odd thing. I feel like it's my phone. I pay for it. Like, let's be real here. And so I should be able to have it, but I don't. And that's okay. I don't need it. I don't need the information. As long as the right people have the information, I'm okay with that. My understanding is they have been recovered. And so these kids are going to get found out anyway. And it's better if they come forward now or whoever did this, come forward now. It's out. There's nothing to hide anymore. And it wasn't that long ago that I learned that they were recovered. It was not even a month ago, I don't think.
Right. Has there been, if I can ask, has there been anything that you've heard? I just probably was already asked once, but
Right.
And if it has been, I'm sorry. I'm trying to follow everything
It's okay.
and all that, so I might get lost a little bit here and there.
Yeah, it's okay. No worries.
What the heck was I going to say now? See, that's what happens. Has there been anything like that you have heard? Okay, first of all, the first question I had from a while back, has Peyton had any kind of issue since this has all started happening? Anything that she's had to deal with that you know of, or has she spoke about?
Well, we've had one issue that caused concern. Yeah.
Okay, and everything's
safety concern. She's fine. Yeah, I mean, we're in a position where we're lucky. I mean, we have resources that I can, she's not here now. She's gone now.
No, I understand. That's fine.
But yes, there was a scary situation that we didn't want to blow up, or she didn't want to be over, like, we don't want to be dramatic about it, but it was scary enough to send her on a merry way.
I get it. And that's wonderful. I'm glad that she's safe.
Yes, right. I'm blessed that I can do that. That's,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Next question I had personally was, has there been, and like I said, this may have already been asked and answered, and if so, my deepest apologies, but has there been anything new that you have heard via, the grapevine, through the wind, that may be going on that, that could be, I'm trying to put this so that it can be in a way that you can answer it.
So I can't tell you what it is, but that's true. There is new things going on. There's movement.
Something, okay. Definitely. I understand.
But I can't disclose that.
I get that too completely. Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. That's all. What the heck was it? Did Dolphin, did you have any other questions to put up to her directly, or Mama Bear, or anybody? And then I can just move into the chat and see what we can see here.
Oh, no, not yet. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sitting here typing back in the chat.
That I will keep, if there's somebody out, if you know something and you're afraid and you reach out to Dago or to Lana or to anybody, Jules, if you reach out to them, I will do everything within my power to make sure you're safe too. Because you matter. I don't care what happened. I don't care what's gone on. If you're afraid to speak, the best thing you can do is speak, but I promise you, I will do whatever I can to keep you safe. And I mean that. I truly mean that. I'm not just talking.
I believe you do. So yeah, that's not an issue here.
Right.
I think anybody that has listened to you that knows who you are truly believes that as well. And I once again, God bless you for being that person.
Oh,
You know
well,
what I mean?
you know, that's the easy part, right? That's the easiest part of it. The family
Right,
is tough.
right.
This is easy. That's easy.
Okay,
This is easy. That's easy.
right. All right. Everybody in chat, this is your time. This is your place. So you want me to slow it down again? Okay, guys, hold on. Okay, well, guys, if you have questions that you want to specifically ask, and you guys already know the questions you're probably not going to answer or be able to answer, go for it. Get them rolling, folks.
Yeah, and if
Let
you've
me see
already
here.
typed a question, maybe scroll back up and copy and paste it so it'll appear like down
Okay.
towards the
There you
bottom.
go. That's a good
And
point.
I read chats, but I only read the nice ones usually. So, and I try and answer when I can.
I don't
And
blame
you know
you.
what? Mostly everybody's nice. I just don't re-listen to it. So, you're always free to ask. I don't care what you can ask. There's nothing you can do to hurt my feelings. Well, there's a few things maybe, but those have been
Right.
done, tried and true. So we know what they are.
Okay, there's one question. Mystic Virgo says, Kim, do you think arrests are imminent?
I hope so. I don't know. I can't. I wish I had faith that they were.
Right,
Because
I
I
get
do
it.
think they need to be.
I do get it. Sherry Coles asks, did the autopsy would know when the girls passed away because of the food that they ordered at the grub truck? I don't know if that's really a question or a statement, but
I agree.
yeah.
I agree with that. They should know. They should have time of death should not be a question.
Now
Right.
that should have been dealt with by the coroner
Right.
via doing a liver test, but I don't at
They
this
should
point.
have done that on scene.
I agree, but here we see how everything else was handled. So
Right. Right. I
thank
mean, it's insane.
it is. It really is. The timeline and all that stuff with it.
All
Thank
of
you,
it.
War Eagle. War Eagle asked Kim, did you hear Kaylee saw a man in a mask that night when she was walking Murphy at 2 a.m.?
Uh, um, I did not hear that Kaylee saw somebody. I only heard that the roommate saw somebody.
Okay.
The survivors.
Right. Either Dylan or Bethany or both.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
But
War
I heard
Eagle.
I heard that they saw him from inside, not outside.
Like through a window, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Right.
Got you. Michael Wimmer is saying, can you please ask Kim what you believe the motive of the crime was?
To shut them up. I believe
Right.
that it was initiated to shut them up, and I believe maybe the people who were hired to do it or told to do it went overboard.
Right.
I think
Absolutely.
maybe my thought was they had to be on drugs or something. Like nobody does that without having something wrong with them.
Absolutely. Somebody had asked this. I don't know kind of where this. I think I might know what this is about, and it might be being misconstrued, but about the bloody clothes in a bag by your dryer.
Okay, so are you talking about that were at the laundromat?
That's what I think they're talking about. Yeah.
Well, I heard the same thing. I didn't hear anything other than that there were bloody fingerprints. This is something new that I heard yesterday about clothes being found, and it has to do with the house. That's all I know. I don't know anything other than what was on the news.
To clarify this, when you had talked about this before, it was at a laundromat. It was not.
It was at a laundromat, right?
Yeah,
and it wasn't clothes. It was fingerprints.
Right. Fingerprints on a washer or dryer, and it wasn't at her house. Again, I had to clarify that once before, people. It was.
When was this?
I know what you're talking about. I do know what you're talking about. I'm not going to talk about that now.
Okay.
They're talking about my daughter's house. I'm not going to talk about that right now. And it wasn't bloody clothes. It was a blood on the washing machine.
Right.
In my daughter's house. There was no bloody clothes involved. The police opted not to do DNA testing. I thought, this is probably a good time, if any. And I said to them, don't you think this is a good time to probably, I don't know, grab some DNA if you can? I don't know. Make a collection. Make a file book. I don't know. Get a binder. I don't give you a binder. Put people in it. I don't know. But it seems like you wasted an opportunity to get DNA.
And this was after November 13th?
Yeah, it was. It was in my daughter's live out. in the
Like
basement.
what, a few days after, or
No, months.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
something
think
that
that's what they're talking about. Otherwise, I know about the bloody fingerprints in the laundromat, which was right after, and I thought that was in a Pullman laundromat, but it could have been in a Moscow, and I don't know. And I don't even know if they ever proved it was blood. I did hear that, but I think that was a news thing. And then I did hear that they found bloody clothes yesterday in the house.
in the house itself.
Yeah, 11, 12, 22. And that could be a
Where
rumor.
did you hear that?
I heard it. Oh, gosh. Well, I don't listen to mainstream news anymore, so it would have had to been on YouTube.
On YouTube
I
somewhere.
heard it. I'm not going to be able to. All I know is I heard that and I thought, what?
Yeah, okay.
Didn't they send the biohazard cleaning crew in there
They did.
They
They
just
did.
recently?
Couple
They
times.
did.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And now
And
they
the
found
house was
lead and
cleaned
asbestos.
before that, right?
Well,
Well,
it wasn't. They stopped cleaning.
Mhm.
we
Yeah.
we talked about this once before in one
Yeah.
of my shows about
Right.
the possibility of somebody putting things inside ventilation systems in the walls because
Yes,
the house,
right.
I do
the
remember
house,
that.
yeah, the house was a piece of shit that you could very easily
Mhm.
pry a board
Right.
apart or do something like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
What's up?
Right.
Stupid
Right.
And
logic.
that's what. And so I did call them because I looked at the kids on the roof. Kids love to go on the roof. Kids, don't go on the roof. That's stupid. It's a dumb idea. Please don't do it.
Right?
Right?
Yeah.
And so I called them and I said, and it made me think that house is blown in insulation and crawls because it's got 3 different remodels on it. They could have dropped anything in the wall. The kids drop things in the wall like time capsules. So,
Yeah.
like when my daughter moved out of her live out, they don't drop harmful things. Like there was an old Olympia beer can from like the first year it was made or something. My daughter found 1932 cookbooks in her walls. So they dropped like a little time capsule or something to say we were here.
Mhm.
This is our live out, right? It's kind of a tradition.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
thought,
Yeah.
why wouldn't they drop something else in? And so I did call the FBI back that day and I said, it's just a thought and just being a mom. And then that night I saw, remember when they took the paper bags out of the house? That
Yes.
night,
Yes.
it wasn't the Cowboys. Those were the quad 4. The marshals were the quad 4
Gotcha.
with the cowboy hats.
Gotcha.
It was just the investigators came out with paper bags. That was the same day I called them. They went in at night. I think they do a lot of things at night there to keep away,
Yeah.
like bringing Brian in to Moscow at night because
That way nobody's there to see it,
Yeah,
and typical
right.
media is not really going to be up in your face and things like that. I get that. Yeah, that's
And there's
Right.
no lights anywhere. It's there's no lights. Like it's dark at night there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's smart though.
Right. It's very dark.
Yeah.
Very dark, very smart. I agree. Were you going to say something, Dolphin, or no?
I just said right, but actually something did occur to me to ask her. Does your daughter know anybody who knows Brian Kohberger since she attends WSU?
So she does. Some of her friends are his students.
Mm-hmm.
Were his
Okay.
students. My son is pre-law. He was in
Gotcha.
classroom 13. Brian was in classroom 12. No, he never had Brian. He never ran into my kid is an undergrad, 2nd year undergrad. He's actually a fresher, if we're going to be honest. Just like Ethan. They like college. They have a good
Yeah.
time. Right?
Right.
So no shame there, right? If you're going to do it 5 years, go 5 years. I'm good. But they're good kids, right? They know.
Oh yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but he's pre-law, which might be scary for the world knowing that he's a fresher twice. But he had never ran into him. But my daughter's friends said he was fine. He was an asshole. That's what they said. But I've never known a kid to call a TA great.
Right. Who's going to
Right.
like it?
Never.
Right.
That's part of
That's
that.
true.
That's why they take that class. That's why they have to be TAs to learn how to be professors, so they can learn how to grade. He wasn't getting fired. I asked them. He didn't get fired until he was arrested.
Yeah.
That's when he got fired. There was no.
Yeah. That's what we found that too.
Yeah. He got a
down the
bad
road.
review. Most of them do. I complained
Yep.
about a TA or two, honestly. And he was an asshole. He graded hard, but he graded everybody hard. But he never missed a day, and he didn't have a mark on him.
Right. Gotcha. Right. I agree.
So,
Doc Terry, thank you so much for that super chat. It says, Dago, love your channel. Mods and members, thank you, Kim, so very much for your courage. By the way, they caught the Long Island serial killer.
I
know the
heard.
kids of Long Island, love, peace to all. Absolutely.
I heard, right? That's good news, Doc Terry. That's great news, Doc, right? It's
Yes,
about
it
time.
is. Yes, it is. Yeah, it took long enough, right?
Right? It took long enough.
Um,
They caught him by my cousin's
agreed.
house.
Oh, wow. Really?
Well, She moved from there like last year, but it was near there. Yeah, Massapequa.
Okay, that's crazy.
Hmm.
William Tardy, I was trying to get that question up, buddy. You didn't have to do that. So thank you for the super chat, my friend. It says, how could they clear the roommates when they were there before, during, and after the crime?
I can't answer that.
That's a good question. Though. It is.
I don't know. I would have had my kid take a lie detector test out the gate.
Well,
I know they're not admissible or whatever, but I would anyway.
I just for peace of mind, you know,
Yeah.
you would something like that, right?
Right. And I'll tell you what, my kid would be sitting in the Gonzalez's house right now till they came clean. I'm sorry, but they would.
No, I get it.
So,
I do. I get it. It makes a lot of sense too.
and it clears their name. You know what I mean?
And that's the thing, right?
They didn't do anything. It clears their name.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, you would think if anybody has no involvement, knows nothing, does this, does that, you go right up to the first person you can find and say, here's the deal. Here I am.
Yeah.
You want me to take a lie detector test? You want to swab my cheek? This is what I did. This is where I was. Boom.
I got nothing to hide.
Yeah. That's it right there.
You know what, though? Sorry. Sometimes the police clear somebody, but, you know, they're still on their radar.
Yeah.
Just to make them like relax and get comfortable, make mistakes and whatnot. I'm not saying that that's what happened here, but, you know.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Red Riding Hood is saying, Kim, do you hear some rumors now about the unaliving still? And what is the general feeling about guilt or innocence?
The kids are all really happy just to believe it. That's what it is.
Yeah. Just for it to be over with, I think. Probably
they want
a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are doing that, you know.
Right.
Yes, it's Deborah says, Dago, is it normal for law enforcement, not EMS, to respond to unconscious?
No.
Okay, so here's how this works, guys.
I think we've covered this a few times, but
yeah, but that's okay. Some people weren't in here. I know Deborah's kind of new and so on and so forth. So how this typically works is if a call goes in, you know, this is based on my personal experience being an EMS and fire. The call goes through to 911 for an unconscious person. Typically, EMS is rolled right along with law enforcement. Law enforcement typically goes ahead because they're already out and about. EMS, you know, they get geared up, they do their thing, and they roll right behind them, and they're, you know, in effect, right behind them. Law enforcement got there within 2 minutes, went in, assessed the scene, see the horrific scene that they saw. From what I understand, we can't quote this because I have not been able to clarify this, but it is definitely an issue. Okay. Law enforcement went in and did what they were doing. EMS was, I do believe they may have responded as they were supposed to, because an unconscious person could be anything. Okay. It could be having a cardiac event. It could be that they're just they're drinking, passed out, seizure. Right. It could be anything. So EMS does need to go on calls like that. They were stalled. I don't know whether it was before they got to the scene or if they just got to the scene and they were told to stand by. They were not allowed to go into the home. They're not in the PCA. There is no EMS involved in this whatsoever. They should have been to assess the situation. You know, law enforcement officers are trained as first responders as well, CPR, things like that. They do know how to do minimal, basic, life-saving techniques, but they're not EMS workers. I've always had that as an issue, as a red flag to me, and I still do, and I always will, no matter what the situation ends up being. So that's how that typically works. But thank you again, Deborah, for the question. I appreciate that.
So I have a question for you.
Please. Yes, ma'am.
They declared the time of death at 12 noon.
Right.
Don't you have to have the coroner or the EMTs do that?
Yes, ma'am. That's one of my biggest red flags, because
that's my concern.
Yeah, they didn't get the coroner did not get there till 4 or 5 or 5:30, I believe it was. Don't quote me, folks, but I'm pretty sure
that's what you said.
And EMS was not in the home, did not touch anything, was not allowed to be involved. So that's a problem for me. That's just been a problem for me the whole time. So Yep,
Right.
that's a fact. That's an issue. So,
And aren't they more trained to for a crime scene as far as not contaminating,
oh yeah,
like,
yeah, absolutely.
than police officers? Like, I mean, police officers are, but I thought that EMTs are very definitely specifically taught how not to contaminate a crime scene.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. And I don't understand. Granted,
Yeah.
they may have not wanted anybody. Law enforcement may have said, and I'm not sticking up for them. I
Right.
wasn't there. I don't know the
Right.
situation, but all I can say is they may have not wanted, due to experience, possibly, anyone to go inside due to that type of a scene. That may have been what they were told. And
Right.
in turn, we have a still the three
Mhm.
first responders officers that were there
Mhm.
are the ones that should have been the ones that wrote the PCA. Instead, no, we waited for 4 hours until some other officer shows up to have them
Right.
walk through the scene once again, and then they do this. This is what I have the issue with.
Right.
Uh, you know, I'm just saying, if there was, oh, that was already up there. Okay, if there was Mr. Danger Zone, if there was whimpering picked up on camera 50 feet from Zena's
Mhm.
bedroom, couldn't Dylan have heard and called for help? I absolutely agree, Dan, and should
Right.
have.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Mm-hmm.
my opinion. Okay,
Right.
big time. And I'm sorry, regardless of what the statement was, what we have been told. I will not. I refuse to believe that there was nothing heard by those roommates if they were in that home.
Right.
That any of it, they should have heard it all, in my opinion. So,
It would be different than a party. I mean,
yeah,
from what I know, it would be horrifying.
You know what?
Hmm.
The statements
well,
in the Snapchat.
yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. The statements in the Snapchat, if those are true, match
Yeah.
up with what we originally thought
Yeah.
about the roommates. Because remember, we always thought they were on the first floor and they had slept through things and they hadn't heard things. So I think it's interesting that in the Snapchat, one of the first things is that they were locked away together in a bedroom.
And right, and that's what I've always got. That's why I rely on what. I mean, I think the kids could be wrong. Sure, it could be the telephone game. I get it. I don't. My kid doesn't have. I don't have to fight for my kid to be right. Right. I've said this a million times, but the only consistency is coming from that group of 10 o'clock kids who got that text message and Dave. And there's several. There's more children who have come forward, but um, I don't know what that looks like. I mean, I can't. I just know that there's other people from. And I think maybe it's not even people. Maybe it's a parent. I think. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly who, but because I don't
Um,
know that information, but I just have heard, and it could be not true. But
Hmm.
what the kids have said in that 10 o'clock group, that's been true all along.
right. Um, first off, Mystic Virgo says, do you think a $25,000 reward would have maybe brought out more truth in the beginning?
100%,
I can
without
agree with
question,
that.
because
I
there's
can
so
agree with
many
that.
drug addicts in that area.
Money is money. It is what it is. That's what people that makes the world go round. Sadly, every bit of it. So,
And
um,
that's for sure, 100%.
yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. That's a good question, Virgo. I appreciate that. And it makes you wonder, why didn't they do something like that in the beginning?
Because they don't want to know the answer. That's what I think. I know that
Right.
sounds really cynical, and
In
I know I sound
18,000
cynical.
tips? Come on.
Yeah, right.
What was
I
it? It was
wonder how
like
many of those.
18,000
Yeah.
tips. They probably have
Yeah.
had the truth,
The
you know.
last person that ever spoke to Ethan or texted. See, I said speak. I'm texted Ethan. His mother was beside herself trying to get the information to the police department. She called and called and called and called, and I saw her on one of the parent sites, because we have Wazoo parent sites, or like combined, right? Because they are friends. The schools are friends. They're not rivals. Like UW is Wazoo's rival, and U of I and Boise State, I think, are rivals. So we're not. They don't fight. They like each other. And the mom is like reaching out, and so I emailed her. I just messaged her privately, and I know that she did get her tip in, and he was at his funeral. They were friends. They went to school together, and the last text message Ethan ever sent was to her son. That's important information. If for no other reason, then his parents get to see what he said last or texted last. Even if it's just for the baby book, right? It's important.
Do you know what the text was?
I don't know what the text was.
Oh, okay.
I don't want it. So I don't need to know everything or anything. I just need to make sure that what I know hasn't gotten out there and they're doing the right by, like they're properly investigating it. And I have a lack of trust, and I do, and they know that I do. I've said this to them. You lied. You stood up there, Fry, and you lied. You told me my kid was safe, but you didn't know why, and you didn't know who did it. Seriously, you said they're safe. I should just trust you. I don't trust you. I can't. I could throw you, but I can't trust you. Like, at the end of the day, who are you? You're lying to us. You can say, we can't tell you that. I get that. I respect that. But you cannot say anything other than that. Otherwise, it's a lie. In my opinion.
Right. Good point. Mama Bear, are you here?
I am.
Why,
I see her face.
Can you ask this next question? I have to step away for like 3 seconds. I'll be right back.
The one from Sarah?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. All right. It says, Kim, do you know if this has anything to do with people in Ada County, Tibbs, and Case? If you don't know what I'm referring to, no worries.
I don't know what she's referring to.
Okay.
I know what Ada County is, but I don't know what she's referring to. Ada County is just another county there, right?
As far as I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah. I just know that. I don't know anything about it.
Somebody asked, do you think this is political?
Do I think it's no, but I think people. I don't think it's political. I think it's political people protecting their children.
Correct. Yeah. I can agree with that. Let's see.
And the thing is, the best way to protect your child is to make them accountable. Otherwise, they're going to wind up in stripes or an orange jumpsuit behind bars forever. So they should learn when the crimes are small, or when the missteps are small.
Yeah. Somebody said whatever Maddie said to Adam was the cause of this happening. I don't know that.
So I'm not going to lay that on anybody. I have a personal belief with that whole thing, and I'm not telling you that they're wrong. I'm not putting this all. That puts it all on Maddie and Adam, and I'm not going to do that. This is
right.
It's the group. I think that it was a part of it. I don't think it's all of it.
Right.
I think that Maddie was being brave and smart, and Kaylee was being brave and smart, and Xana was too. And I think that they were all just taking it. I mean, there are people out there. Stranger danger is just not for 2-year-olds. It's also for college age kids, more so now.
Absolutely.
My daughter said to me, I kept getting this thing about mail, like picking up mail. I'm like, I haven't ordered anything. Have you guys ordered anything? And my daughter grabs my phone and block, and she goes, Mom, that is where they're going to kidnap. Somebody's going to come and take you, like traffic you. They're very, very aware of all of this. And she did not learn that. I mean, she did, like about stranger danger and stuff, but this other stuff, she learned when she entered the real world, right? That she didn't grow up in.
Somebody wanted to know if the defense has reached out to you. Let's see. Looking for some more questions.
Oh, I thought my headset went out.
Oh, you're still there. Okay. I thought maybe you were just listening.
No, did she answer the question? Because I didn't hear anything.
No, I'm thinking maybe she had internet issues, maybe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she just dropped out. Because I was looking like, did I accidentally mute it? What happened? Okay.
Yeah, and I figured since she didn't answer it, she's probably. Let's see.
All right, I'm here. Sorry. Let me relink this again. Yeah, she's having problems all over the place.
Yeah.
What happened? No sound. Everybody, you guys can hear us okay or no?
Yeah, Mama Bear had asked a question and then we heard nothing, and I think a few of us thought that something was wrong with our
Oh,
sound.
okay. Gotcha.
But I think she just had some internet issues and
Right. So let me ask you two while we're waiting on something.
Hmm.
Um, as the title is, if Brian Kohberger is innocent, if he is, comes out that he is innocent completely, do you two, either one of you two or both of you, obviously, have any ideas as to who it could be?
sorry.
That's all right. Do you guys have any thoughts as to who did this?
I'll let Mama Bear go first.
um,
And you don't have to give specific names, obviously, just, and a roundabout if you have that thought. Whether it be like student, specific type of person, not specifically by the name. You don't have to do that.
yeah, I haven't really thought about that, to be honest.
Okay. Do you want me to just try and
Go ahead and
go
then let me
then?
think about it for a minute. And
Okay. Yeah. Oh shoot, are they coming up my driveway? Yeah, they are. I'm gonna have to give this one really quickly, and then I have to step away for a few minutes. If he didn't do it, if he's innocent, then who did this? I don't think that I've really given that a whole lot of thought because there are still some things about him that bother me. And I know I've said this to you before, Dago, but I think maybe this weekend I really want to start going back through this from the very beginning,
Hmm.
and take notes and like just kind of like have my list of things that were bothering me about him. And then that way, if I refresh my memory about this whole case, then I can see, hey, these things that initially bothered me about him, have they actually been answered or explained or whatever? So, yeah, I'm not 100%, in the oh, he's definitely, he
No,
definitely
yeah,
didn't do it camp.
I'm not
Obviously, he's
either.
innocent until
yeah,
proven guilty, but there were things that bothered me about him. So,
Gotcha.
yeah.
yeah, and I
Absolutely.
can agree with that because I'm not convinced 100% either that he's innocent. So I think that's why I've never really given it a whole lot of thought.
And then with a lot of the, I don't know, I guess I'm just going to go ahead and say deep fake audio or
Yes.
videos with, maybe manipulated audio added to it and everything. A lot of that stuff has just sort of, I don't know, clouded the case, like the details
Hmm.
of the case. And it's like I'm having a hard time remembering certain things about it. So, and the
Yes.
rumors and all of that. And yeah, I'm trying to, separate fact from fiction.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That is what this is all about because there is so it's so hard to do that.
Hmm.
So very hard. Thank you for
Yeah.
that. I appreciate that.
Hmm. You're welcome.
You said you
And
need to
I
step
will
away
be,
for a few.
yes, I will be
Yeah.
right back because somebody's coming up my driveway.
Okay. No
Okay.
problem. Thank you. Take your time.
Hmm.
And Mama Bear, thank you for your um what you have on that. Like I said,
Yeah.
I can't really answer that question either, guys. I can't.
Yeah. That's a hard one.
It's and for the same reason that both of these lovely ladies had the same thought because I'm not 100% positive that he isn't guilty either. Okay. Um, what I'm still waiting on is to see some kind of solid proof. Vic says and has said this before, the car will tell. What do you mean by that? Because the car is already done. It's they went through it. There's nothing. If that's
Right.
what you're meaning. If you mean a different type of meaning behind that, Vix? If so, please reiterate it. No one confirmed BK was there.
Well,
No.
that's part of it that they haven't told us. I mean,
Right. That's a good point, CJ. Like Harsh
yeah.
said, we shouldn't be shocked either way. You're right. I agree.
Yeah.
I do. That's I follow Harsh. I have a lot of respect for him too, and I agree. You know, that's a fact. We shouldn't be surprised either way at this point. Um, and I respect anybody's thoughts on it. There's a lot of people saying they think he's 100% innocent. There's people saying that think he's 100% guilty. I respect it both sides, guys, and I respect it so much because I don't know. I can't tell. There's nothing that has, and this is just me. You know, you don't have to agree nor disagree with me. I can't. There's nothing that I am comfortable looking at and stating Bryan Kohberger absolutely did this, you guys. But based on what we've seen in this case, there's nothing there that could make me say that.
Right.
And that's just me. Interesting thing. Calling Jules. Jules, pick up the white phone, right? Jules is probably busy, folks. Otherwise, she'd probably be in here a whole lot more right now.
She said a while ago that she's working with one computer monitor because one of them broke yesterday. So her new one's supposed to be showing up today or tomorrow. I don't remember what she said now.
You know what, guys? I'll tell you right now, a lot of people do this with one monitor. I don't know how. I did it for a while with a laptop in the very beginning. I don't know how. It's not. Once you have more than one monitor going, it's almost near impossible to run it.
Seriously. Been there and done that too.
It is not fun. Amen to that one, Danger Zone. He says, yes, we feel innocent or guilty. We can feel innocent or guilty as long as we respect each other's viewpoints and treat each other with respect. That is all I ask from you guys in here ever. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Just respect each other. You don't even have to respect me. I don't care. You definitely have to respect Mama Bear and anybody else that's on this panel. Always. But you don't have to respect me, but respect each other, if nothing else.
I'm sorry. In my opinion, you need to respect him as well.
Well, I get that, but I'm just saying, all I really want is for you guys to treat each other as you would treat your own family members, as you would want to be treated yourselves. That's all. Really.
That includes you. But anyway.
I'm not going to demand anybody to respect me, but, you know, I do respect you guys 1,000% at the best, to the highest level I can. So, yes, I do feel that you should respect me as well, but, you know, that's your choice. So, let me see here. All right, let me pull up. Dean says the car at Linda is an Elantra, but it could have been 2011-13. It doesn't look like an Elantra to me, guys. To me, I'll be honest, we did some research on that car. Me and CJ were on that car. I think it was 3 days. It looks like a BMW to me. I mean, I found an identical match to that. Sunroof and all. Ground effects, the vents by the wheels. It does look like the BMW. Same color, okay? Doesn't look like any Elantra I looked at. I looked at all the way up to this year, starting back at 2010. Doesn't match up with nothing I've found, guys. Sorry to say. And there was one other vehicle that it kind of looked like, and it just wasn't close enough to make me happy. So, what we got going on over here? Okay, you guys are having your own conversation all together over there. You go ahead. All right, go right ahead. Giamo to you both. Giamo to you both. All right, so this is in regards to. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you just put a comment up there?
I tried, but it moved on me.
Go ahead and put it back up, and then oh, there it is. Why would a killer drive around to get up his nerve, park in the back in the dark, and wait for that nerve? That's a good question, Altered. If that's how it went down, that's a great question. And then Gregory Frey, wrong. Rolo Mota says they didn't ever mention the knife sheath until after BK's arrest. Nothing was mentioned before. That's why I've always questioned that scenario. Okay, very much so, and it's always bugged me. It really has. Panel treat others the way they want to be treated. Is that a statement, or are you asking us to do that, Elliot? Because I believe I treat everyone with the utmost respect that I possibly can. And I know Mama Bear does not. If she's got a disrespectful bone in her body, I have yet to meet that. So,
and if I said something and it sounded disrespectful, I apologize because I definitely didn't mean it that way.
That's the other side of it too, is your voice doesn't allow for that to sound that way. So that I won't get that either. I'm sorry. So this question was for Jules. Any idea why the MPD logs show the 911 call at 11:56, but all press releases statements have said 11:58? Okay, here's how this happened for better understanding. It's a good question, though. Review. The 911 call went through at 11:56. The response time for first responders, which was PD, to be there was 11:58. That would be what you're seeing. The call went through at 11:56. It literally took 2 minutes for officers to be there. They were there at 11:58. That was the response time, 2 minutes. So that's probably what you're reading. And a lot of people get confused on that. I absolutely understand. Let's see here. That's a good point, Miss Sherry. Great point, Miss Sherry. We haven't seen the real footage, and everyone should understand that. That's a fact. And if we have seen it, it was very, very, very early on, and it did not last. So that has all changed out. That's why I've kind of stepped completely away from that. Completely away from that.
Did we answer this?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even see that. Another question, Elliot. Thank you. Has anyone ran historical Google Streets on it to see if there has ever been a vehicle there the last several times the Google Mobile drove by? What exactly are we talking about, my friend? Where and give me a little bit more specifics on that.
And I'm back, by the way.
Wow, welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah. Squeeze in a bathroom break too.
You are very quick. Julie Dunn says Sergeant Gunderson was sitting at the dispatch desk and was with Nunez and Smith as first responders. Is MPD 2 minutes? Yeah, yes, it is. It definitely is very close, literally. I can't give you exact time, but I know it's that close. Let me see here. Let me see here.
Carolyn asked, the detail I want most is which direction did Kaylee and Maddie walk Murphy according to Olivia? I don't know if we know that.
I have no idea. I don't know if they even walked him. They may have just taken him out right there in the parking lot. But I've heard it both ways, that they went for a walk with him, and I also heard that they just took him out. So that's a good point, Altered. I agree with you. D Small says, with such a somber scene outside, no one saw anything, door wide open, and no one called the cops. They call over a gas tank on the street corner, but not about the front opener. We don't. Yeah, that's a good point.
No Chains, did you want to come up, hon?
Yeah, honey, you can come up here if you need to. You know that. You're welcome. There's probably 3 links floating around in chat. If you need another one, just yell at me and I'll send you one down. Kim, if you can hear me, dear, you're welcome to jump back up here. If not, I do appreciate everything from you today, as does everybody else. Especially Miss Dolphin. I know she wanted you to be able to clarify and like clearly tell your story that so we could all hear it clearly. Yesterday, well, it was a great stream over there. It was just too many people and it was just kind of a cluster. You know what I mean? So
Right.
it was hard to hear things.
And Miss Sherry is correct. If Inan Harsh has been subpoenaed,
Right.
he's now under the gag order, so there's no point in us trying to get an interview with him.
Right. I would imagine he is. I definitely would. And I would believe he just did an interview somewhere else the other day and he shouldn't have.
Right.
So, that's kind of he hasn't responded to me anyway. So that's quite all right. Oh, okay. So War Eagle says, I had heard somebody told me there was a new one, but he did have a subpoena for the preliminary, which was canceled. So that in turn, I think cancels that out. They may still have one.
Right.
Or did Shane say she wants to jump up here or no? There she is.
I don't know
Hello.
if she wanted to or if they wanted her to. I'm not
She's
sure.
here. Hello, darling. How are you?
Okay,
Hi.
I'm here.
All right. Good to
Hello.
see
You
Good to
guys
have-
hear me?
you. Yes.
Yep.
Okay. We need to go over Enan's interview.
Okay.
The car. He mentions he has an Inan hybrid. That car looks just almost identical to Elantra. And he said he was driving it at that time. He
What is it
admitted
called?
I do remember that.
What is it called?
An Inan hybrid. You need to Google it and say, what does it look like?
Who's the manufacturer?
You just have to Google it, what it looks like.
Oh, I found it. Is it a Hyundai Ion?
He
Yeah.
just said it was a hybrid, and that he was the one
I
that
know
was
what you're talking
driving it.
One second here.
I thought he originally said he was in bed about 4 o'clock.
Well,
This is why we need to talk about this, because
he's changed the story 3 different times.
it's concerning. And then he said that he's supposed to be a witness to the defense. They got a hold of him.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That's
Maybe
true.
it has to do with his car.
Could be. And like I said, if that's a fact and he has been subpoenaed, then he should not be doing any kind of interview. That's fact.
Exactly. That's my point.
So true.
It very much is. Because that automatically throws him under the gag order, period. Okay. Do we know what year that vehicle may have been? If not, it's fine.
All I remember is his original was he was driving a crappy car. He said that himself.
Yeah,
then
I
in
do
the
remember
new
that.
interview, he states he's driving this and admitted it was his car at that time.
Okay. So I found the Hyundai's Ion, and it does not. It's got a slight resemblance, but it's definitely not. This is a new one though, so that's what I need to look for. Say maybe a couple-year old one. Oh, let's try this one.
Yeah, I saw he was on panel, earlier this morning, early afternoon,
Oh, yeah.
but I didn't really
Okay.
see what he said.
He was on another panel 2 days ago.
Oh, Jules
Yeah.
is saying if he said it was a crappy
the
ion,
Saturn
the Saturn
ion.
ion.
Yes, thank you, Jules. There we go.
Thank you, Jules.
I knew I had heard that name before. My ex-wife had one of those. It was a crappy car.
Why are they saying 2003 to 2007? Oh, production ended
Oh, wow.
March 29th,
Whoa.
2007 on that
Whoa, whoa,
Saturn.
whoa.
Exactly, Dago.
Oh, my goodness.
You sound like you're riding a horse. Whoa. Sorry.
Oh, shit, you guys. All right, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you this picture, but the first thing I want you to do, you know what? Shit. Mama Bear, can you pull up real quick? Can you pull up the picture of the blurry gas station photo for me real fast?
I can try. Hold on.
Well, yeah, can you try at least? Thank you.
Look at that photo in private chat. Is that the same photo you're looking at?
Burr, 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 burr.
Hi, Dolphin, by the way.
Hello, how are you?
Not quite, but close, hon. Close. It's a little
Okay.
different. This one's more very close to what I believe we saw in the blurry video. This is crazy, guys. I never thought of this either.
I do research, honey. Okay, so that's why I brought it to your attention.
Listen, honey, we've done the research. You know that. You were in there when I was doing some of it, and I this is the only vehicle I never thought to look at. I don't know why.
Right.
I don't know why. This is crazy. Good God, this is insane. I just want to show you guys. Holy hell. And it makes sense.
Probably because it's discontinued.
Very possibly. And that's probably why it's such a crappy, cheap. These cars suck. I'm sorry. Anybody that owns one, Saturns are garbage as far as I'm concerned. They always have been. And I've never liked it. And this one here, I'll be damned if this is not the photo that we saw of the vehicle in that video. I'm telling you, if you blur this, the back end, everybody was complaining about how the back end was shorter than an Elantra, blah, blah, blah. And I'm telling you, shit, this is crazy. Wow.
Has anybody saved those videos?
What's
like
that?
His original interviews? Has anybody saved his YouTube videos?
Oh, yeah, I have.
You have like downloaded them, saved them? Not
sure
just
do.
Saved the link? Okay. Because I barely paid attention to this guy, but what I do remember people saying was that he was doing his, what was it, torch juggling or something. You know, he was up in the middle of the night doing something like that, throwing torches or something.
Yeah.
And then he went to bed around 4. So now we're supposed to believe that this is his car on that camera footage going away from where they live?
I don't know, but I want you to see this and you tell me.
Okay.
And then I'll match it up when she pulls that picture up.
Dago, look in the Discord on the main chat. I sent a picture for you.
Okay, hold on a second. Oh shoot. Hold on. Let me see if I can do that. Pull this down just for a second. I'll be right back, guys. 1 second. Don't go nowhere.
Oh my goodness, I wish I could remember where we put this. We got a lot.
That's why I was asking if you could find it, because I couldn't pull it at the same time as this, but just give me a second here.
Okay, they're still saying it's this Hyundai Ioniq or whatever.
This is, oh, well, so be it.
With
but
a Q.
Oh, I didn't take out. Let me see.
Oh, okay. I see what you're looking at. Oh, this is the hybrid. That's why. Okay. I see what you're saying.
Is this the right one?
Oh, shit. Hold on a minute.
Sorry.
No, don't apologize. No, but that's interesting. No, remember the one that was the gas station? That's the police, whatever they were, security guards.
Oh, that's right.
The one that was taken from the gas station, it was kind of blurry. You remember what I mean?
I think so.
I know we have stacks and stacks and stacks of this crap in here.
Yes.
So the one that Change just sent me, it matches too. Okay. It has more of a newer look to it. It's a hybrid, so therefore it's a newer vehicle, obviously. It's hard to say. I can see how these both could match that. So let me do this with you guys here. Then hold on, let's back up here. Okay. Chains, do me a favor, hon. And that picture you just dropped, are you still in here? You chains. No chains. Ray. Okay.
I
If she will. 1 second. Yeah, Gemini, you can get in there. Just email Brandy. She'll drop you right into the sauce. No problem.
you guys know that.
Where'd she go? Where did she go? Where did she go? Chains. She dropped off. Okay. So she can't do that then. And I can't pull that out of the Discord. I'm trying to bring that up from, where'd you go, Chains?
Did you add me to your Discord? I can help you with it real quick.
I'm gonna say, or I can, one of us, I'm sure.
Whoever wants to do it, if you can bring that out of it's in the general, the meet. Well, you should be in there by now. You're a member and all that, so you should be in there already, Dolphin. But Mama Bear, if you can do it, then pull it out too, because you're definitely in the one side. It's in the meatball general chat. She said that's where I found it.
Dolphin, I'll let you try, and then if you can't, then I will. I'm still trying to look.
Oh, go ahead, Mama Bear. I'm not in there yet, because otherwise it'd be at the top of my list of servers.
I saw your name in there yesterday, I thought.
Huh, that's weird.
Where did it go? No change. You dropped off, hon. You have to link back in. That's all. That's why we can't hear you. I put a new link in there for you. All right, and this is something else I'm going to do real fast here. 1 second. Let's do this. Let's do this. There she is.
I'm back. Sorry about that, guys.
No, you're fine. Do me a favor. That link that you popped in Discord, drop that in the private chat real quick for me, real quick.
Steve also posted a picture. Let's see here.
Well, we can bring them both up. That's fine.
Oh, I guess I gotta open them. Duh.
Let me see here.
I swear this case is going to make me subscribe to YouTube Premium so I can start downloading and saving all of these videos.
That's why, yeah.
Yeah, because you've got to go back and look through old content.
We have so much of this stuff we have extra emails loaded with this stuff. It's crazy. I mean, there's a lot.
That's the one from No Chains.
And he's talking about things that...
Okay. All right, so there's that version of it. Okay.
That's what Steve posted.
And again, it looks a lot like the blur picture too. Okay.
Yeah.
That's got a sunroof in it. But this is definitely not.
There.
What's that, hon?
The picture you're showing.
This one right here?
The Hyundai.
Yeah, that's the Hyundai Ioniq or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it has a sunroof on the top too.
It does. But we've been told that there is no sunroof, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing. It is amazing.
It's just mind-boggling that Inan said he drove that car. He was the one that was turning around in the parking lot.
Yeah. Well, what was he doing?
Yeah, that's a good question, especially since
Good
he lives
question,
there.
right?
It's not like he would have been lost, right?
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't think.
Statement about the street. He's lived there how long? He doesn't even know Taylor, and then he's saying that the frat is on Taylor. What's going on?
Mm-hmm. A good point, dear. Very good point. In and out, in and out, in and out. He's not involved. He is involved. He's not involved. He is involved. It's like, what do you do with it? And what do you trust with it? That's the biggest issue, in my opinion.
Don't forget, he didn't hear anything. He said that on what, like Facebook or something on his social media. He never heard anything that night, and how weird it was, that this happened right here next to him or whatever. Didn't hear
Yeah,
anything. And then later, he said he heard screams in an interview.
yeah, 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 yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And then now
So,
he's going to college, and he's going to do what? What is he going to do? Analytical
mm-hmm.
from being a chef? There's
Makes lots
something
of
up with this dude. Sorry,
a
there's something up with him.
whole lot of sense, doesn't it? Well, here's my thought. Initially, I thought that he inserted himself for whatever reason. Okay. Then I was told, he has nothing to do with anything, and I felt the same way based on he's just kind of, what do you call that, harmless. There's different, I guess, things that he does, and different, what's the word I'm trying to think of here, body language, um, things like that makes me uncomfortable, let me say, with him. Okay. And it's not like I haven't like stuck with him through this whole case, because I feel like he's really not like harmless. You have to turn your background down, Vic. I guess things that he does, and different, what's the word I'm trying to think of. Sorry. Okay, so let's pull this up here real quick, just because. You're most welcome to check this out as well as being here, Jules. That's an interesting change of career, juggling fire to data analytics. I know. Great point. And by the way, Jules, you can jump up here if you're not busy, hon, because what I'm about to do here, I'd sure love to hear we have enough room for all of you. So,
Dago, if you can you pull up his interview if you're willing to do that?
can I what?
Can you pull up his
You mean the thing that's
interview?
on screen right now?
I think she's
No,
I
the
have
talking
it
new
up
about the
on.
one.
one from today.
Oh, the newest one?
Yes.
I don't think, was it from today, or was that
Hmm.
from,
Lana had it on. She did one last night.
who did?
Lana.
Oh, yeah, that one. Okay.
Oh, so he was on Truth and Transparency last night, and then he was
He
doing
was
another
on
one this
No,
he
morning?
was on he was on Unresolved Crimes yesterday, but that was from 7 months ago, I believe.
No, I
And then
watched something before CJ's stream today.
what was the channel? Do you remember?
it
Unresolved
was on
Crimes. That's
Frank.
Frank's channel, right?
Yeah, but
Yes.
he had put that out yesterday, I believe.
Oh, hold on a second.
No, he was on Frank's interview.
Right.
Yeah. It caused, I think, a bit of a thing, and it's all fine. I think that's how sort of Law Tube or Crime Tube go. But something he pointed out that I've listened him in all of the interviews he's done. He's done them with Lana. He's done them with this lovely woman. But this one was weird because of the way he pointed out that Queen Road was merely a driveway. And it made me think, because every time, you know, Ellie would rock up, they would point out that, yeah, are we king? Are we queen? Are we, you know, so this little Elantra that's going around, and somebody else, and I wish I knew, who pointed it out. If you Google it and you want to get A to B to 112 King, it's almost
is this the one we're talking
it's
about right
almost
here?
impossible.
Yeah.
I reckon. Well, hang on, can't see it. It's coming up now, I guess. Yeah. I only picked up on it because I'd seen him. You know, he's quite the he's quite spectacular. This guy. I don't know. You know, I wouldn't even pretend to put a personality on the guy, but when he said what he said, it can only be truth because he lives around there, and he was trying to explain to Frank, look. You've got Queen, you've got Taylor, you've got so-and-so, and he was giving it all. My old man, not my old man, my father-in-law is a black taxi driver. Like, you've got to know this stuff. And so this tiny little thing, yeah, he called it a driveway. And I guess that's why everyone slips on the, you know, King Road, Queen Road thing. Even the police, I've seen it, you've seen it, you know, on body cam, whatever, where they'll note down the address and they'll take it as Queen, but it's King, but Queen is just a little slip road.
Well,
Anyway,
police
all I'm
have
getting
made
to
this
is the
mistake as
car.
well.
Sorry.
I was
Say
just saying
again.
the police have made that same mistake. They call it,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So
yeah.
it's one of those
It's like a
things.
little local thing. So, but Google are, you know, and so I guess if you're a dash cam or anything of that kind, you're going to go for the whole yeah, you're not going to ask a local, are you? You're going to go by the computer. And so if a car is going around thinking they're telling me to take the first sharp right, and I've been trying to do it forever, and it's like, oh, give it another go. Don't. I've tried to get wine around here. No, and I live in London. I'm a very difficult address to get to. I'm thankful, but you know, you have to explain it because postcodes are all very, very well and good. But I don't know. I'm just putting my thing on it. And the cartel thing was like, I'm up with their, you know, the whole drug lord thing. I'm going with the mob, the mafia. Since you asked.
I understand. Thank you, Mama Bear. That is definitely the picture I was looking for, and that does match up with that other car pretty well.
It's going the
But
other way.
well, yeah, I know that. Pull that down though, and I'm going to pull this up here. Everybody wants to see this interview. We'll go ahead and run with that real quick. Review this and see what everybody thinks. Thank you, Mama Bear, for finding that. I'm sorry it took you so long.
You're welcome. It's okay.
I appreciate all the time. All right, and then we will go ahead and roll with this here.
Thank you, Dago.
Oh, thank you so very much. Jules had said she wanted to see this too. So if you're in here, Jules, here it is. This is kind of just came through Truth and Transparency. She must have pulled it from there. I don't want to go to anything from Unresolved's channel and use anything directly from that channel. So there's a reason. All right. I hope you guys can see and hear this okay.
Oh, word. I just wanted the other day. I was going.
Okay, guys, I do want to give a disclaimer here. Inan does not have a shirt on. Okay, so for those of you guys that might want to put on your blindfolds, go right ahead. You guys can just listen. But this is a PG-13 show, so I do want to put the disclaimer that Inan has no shirt on.
Thank you, Miss Lana.
Okay,
Cut him a break, guys.
but I love it.
This was hilarious.
Months and months with it. I was like, why the hell can't I fucking hear anybody? Oh my god, I found it. Yeah, okay, dope. That's so long trying to figure that out. Nice.
So
Yeah.
kind of a
I will be honest with you. I can't stand his laugh. I'm sorry. Everybody thinks it's hilarious. I can't. It's like nails on a chalkboard to me. So that's all I have to say. Moving forward.
kind of a question just beforehand.
Oh, he did go
I mean,
low.
obviously you got like
I'm sorry. Oh, I thought somebody said something. I'm sorry.
a lot of attention by this case, and I don't think it's always justified because yeah, a lot of people think that you're an oddball and you don't give a shit, which is good. But I was kind of like revisiting the things that you said, and
I'm gonna speed this.
it fucking makes sense.
Yeah.
Like that, the car that you saw,
Look at his
right?
eyebrows.
Like that, the black SUV, and it specifically had like these trims, right? These silver trims that you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I usually, when I see something that stands out like that, it's usually pretty accurate. I feel like.
That's a really nice car.
Yeah. You don't see cars like that in this area all the time.
Like
So when they
his
do, you're
bones?
like,
Are you guys asking questions or something, or is this coming from this side of it? Probably this side of it. All right. I'm sorry I keep doing that to you.
wonder what that car's doing here.
Like you never seen that car
His
before.
collarbone.
No.
Clown.
Dude, the only thing that I know is in like Moscow is like freaking Jeeps with like tires on the end of it. That's what I see all the time.
Yeah. Like trucks, four wheelers, SUVs, and like a lot of Subarus, just because it's the area of Subarus. But outside of that, anything kind of stands out. City cars, trims, high trims stand out. I mean, there's wealthy people here. Well, I guess they got Christchurch, and there's a lot of wealthy people here, but they don't. They're usually tucked away in the hills, not on campus and shit.
Mic
Oh,
drop.
exactly. So that's why I was saying that car is like so interesting. That's why I showed you that photo of it being impounded. Because if you say it was there at 1:30 and you're 100% right on that, then dude, you're a pretty heavy witness.
It's a hybrid, so it doesn't make very much noise in low
This microphone
speeds.
is really sensitive, though.
Oh, it's quiet as fuck. People don't even hear it when they're walking.
So where do you reside now? Because you
Love this guy.
I'm in the same place.
I'm in the same place.
Okay.
Duh, you can't see that. He's like, duh, look at
Oh,
me.
you still live there? Awesome.
Yeah, can you take your camera out?
So he's stating that he still lives in Moscow in that same apartment.
Yes.
Okay. That's new. I thought he was in California. My apologies.
You can hear like see like headlights. I think that might be your turning approximately. I wasn't sure. Let's start stereo.
Wouldn't you just love it if
that was the main question. Somebody.
Chicantique says go back. Did I miss something?
On his shoulder.
Yeah, you didn't get to hear what he said about the.
Okay, he's a perfect juror because he's like, I don't know how you guys can identify anything on here. Because he's right. You can't identify shit. Okay. We can see like lights and stuff. But Inan be the perfect juror. Like he's like, I don't know how y'all identify anything. But I think he's right. Like you cannot clearly identify anything from this. You could see lights.
Yes.
Like I see shining lights. You know that song? Yeah.
There's this video came out. It's 8 hours long. There's certain
Inan, we're gonna have you here for 8 hours.
Look at his face. I'm frozen on. That's what my face went.
He's gonna be like, Inan, we're gonna have you here for 8 hours, and you're gonna identify every fucking car you see that you know.
Every sound. Were you awake when this horn went off?
And you never even went over to. You never been in that house, right?
No, I've only been in the yard.
Okay.
Don't put my DNA in there.
Let's see. You should hear your car pretty clear if it is yours, because you didn't go all the way around.
Well, back then I think I was driving an Ionic, which is it's a hybrid, so it doesn't make very much noise.
Back then.
Oh my God, Mandy.
Mandy's a trip today, man.
You can't do that when I'm doing.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. I almost choked when I was drinking.
What did we miss?
Good God. Wow. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, everybody. I am so sorry. Let's try this again. Mandy, please don't do that anymore. Oh, Jesus. Just clear out of nowhere. I'm looking through chat, watching the video. I look down. Frank looks like he has hypothermia. Are you kidding me? Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. It really wasn't that funny, but it was to me. I'm losing my mind now. All right, back to the video.
Noise in low speeds.
Is really sensitive, though.
Oh, it's quiet as fuck. People don't even hear it when they're walking.
So where do you reside now?
Love this guy.
I'm in the same place.
I'm in the same place. Duh, you can't see that. He's like, duh. Look at me.
Oh, you still live there? Awesome.
Yeah, can you take your camera outside?
And you can hear see headlights. I think that might be you turning approximately. I wasn't sure. What starts there though?
Wouldn't you just love it if
that was the main question.
the cat just comes over and was like,
meow, like on his shoulder. Meow. You want to see my cat? You want to pet my cat? You want to hang out with my kitty?
See,
still the best pickup line.
I told you. And the cop said what?
She was like,
I'm not sure though. That's why I couldn't see headlights. Oh.
look at how serious he is looking right now. He's like, I'm in it. Tell me what I'm looking at.
He's like, it's my headlights. Hold on a minute. If you're saying these are my headlights, I'm paying attention.
He's like, I'm all ears and I'm all eyes.
That is correct, Chica.
There we go.
Now, Inan was at your car. He's like, wait, I can't see where.
Biting my skin.
So I figured that was you.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's so hard to tell from this angle, but yeah.
You cannot see it, but
there's not a lot of other traffic in this time, so I'm pretty sure that's me.
Oh,
I mean, I'm not sure though, but there's a lot of traffic going on.
Oh, there is? Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We got people walking. The dumpsters. We got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, you have like a car.
He's like, I can't see anything. I mean, he's like, oh yeah, I'm sure that was me now.
Because he's like, there's no traffic. He's like, no, there is. And he's 8 hours. There's so much happening. You don't even know.
He's like, oh, that must be me then.
Oh
This is how somebody would get caught up. Like if he was
Yes.
ever to be questioned for a murder, he'd be like, yeah,
Yes,
it was me.
That was totally me. It was my headlights. We couldn't tell. Inan never admit to anything.
Inan, we've talked to you about this.
Lawyer up.
If they start coming, you lawyer up, baby. Don't you say a word.
Oh no.
We got his
Are coming up like 6 times, but I cannot tell. Like, sure, you can see that white sedan,
Where?
but that's it. Like, what side do you live on, though, Inan? Like on the left side or the right side of the building?
Like, yeah, I'm on the left of this in this driveway coming up.
Okay, so
I'm on the left.
He's
Gotcha.
right over the house.
But you can see like different cars coming up and down. I mean, sure, other people live there as well, so I'm not sure what kind of work they do, but
Word. I guess I just didn't hear a lot of like cars come up in my specific lot or whatever, because like I can't remember. Let's see, there's King Road. I think King Road is like pretty active usually, or whatever that main road is, and then the road right off of it, because there's the frat house right up there, so they get a lot of stuff. But lots of time it doesn't usually
you
like
can't go from
overdrift into our lot.
you can't go from Queen Road to Linda Lane, right?
No, I
It's like
think
a
you
dead end
can. Oh, let's see, because Queen Road isn't like a real road. You know what I mean? It's like more of a driveway.
Yeah.
And then it connects.
You guys, Queen Road is not a real road. It is like it's like a driveway.
The one bad thing about not having the prelim is not being able to hang out with him. We missed the opportunity to hang with him.
But we'll still hang with him. Oh my god, like this is gold. I mean, you guys, Queen Road is not a road, guys. It's like
It's a driveway. Just so you know.
You guys, he is the Caitlin Cato of
the Cato Caitlin.
Yeah, the Cato.
Yes,
You're right about that.
If Anne does not subpoena.
What's that, darling? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm so blown away for some reason. Every time I look over and I look at this picture, I think of the whole hypothermia thing, and it's blowing my mind. I can't help myself. I'm sorry. I was literally in here crying, you guys. And it doesn't even seem to be that funny, but for some reason it hit me so hard. Every time I look. Anyway, I'm trying to be serious. It's hard to listen to these two in the background laughing too. I'm trying to listen through that. Anyway. Oh, I'm going to get you for that one, Mandy. I really am. I think I cracked a rib. All right, let's try to move on with this now.
Okay. I'm personally writing a letter.
Well, I'm going to get a guest house and I'm moving him into it.
Like, he is a walking
billboard.
Well, you can say billboard, but I was gonna say he's a walking reality television show.
Oh, 100%.
Like,
we haven't. This is just from him from the neck up. Imagine his whole body doing tricks.
Yeah. What do you think he's wearing? You think he's wearing like shorts, like underwear, or do you think he's got jeans on?
I think he has like loose boxers on that have little firemen on them.
Oh, firemen. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's the fire starter.
And I think it says SOS like across the bum. Wait, what do you think he's wearing?
I think he's wearing juicy sweatpants, like from.
Oh, really?
Yeah, totally. From like Victoria's Secret.
Wait a minute. Oh,
like baggy Victoria's Secret juicy on.
And Supreme under boxers.
Like, just probably some like Calvin Klein hanging out on top.
Really?
Yeah.
To I think Linda, and then that connects to the I can't remember Taylor, I think, or whatever the main road is. But yeah, you have to go on to Linda to go on to Queen, and then the King's the other parallel, if I remember correctly. I think that's how it worked.
Yeah.
But
because in technicality, it's Queen Road, right? It's not King Road.
Yeah, but there is a King Road. The King Road is where
That's the first thing. That's the first.
Yeah. So that's where the frat house is. That's where the frat house is, and then you have Linda. So if I remember correctly, it's King and Queen parallel to each other, and then Linda is the one that you can go to either of. It's the cross street or whatever. And so we're looking at Linda, and then that crosses into Queen, and Queen goes into my parking lot. Like, that's not a real road. It's more of just like a parking lot. And I feel like King's almost that way too. It's like you pull up a map, bro.
Oh, man. Wait,
Right.
he froze.
Wait, Inan, come back.
Oh, no, Will.
I mean, in technicality, he's expert here. So who am I to doubt him? I mean, I wouldn't want to pull up the map, but
Since it's a weekend and a lot of party people, like they might not have a party there, but you still have a lot of people that are partying and are returning home or whatever.
Yeah, that's true.
No, but what I was meaning is within those allegedly when the murders happened, you know, like in a few hour time span, you can see several cars like going around Queen Road.
Yeah.
Around the building that you live in.
Yeah, so there's also apartments below that are kind of big on party. They have like block parties sometimes. And I think lots of people will get picked up on Queen Road. There's little steps that go behind. So it's like, you know, I think some people like getting dropped off or like going over.
Ooh, right there. See that? People get picked up. People get dropped off. That's that loopy bullshit I've been talking about. You know, it looks like someone's like picking and dropping off. And he's saying it right here. This is your testimony, okay? Right here. Yeah, people like right underneath there, they have like block parties. They just like, you know, people drive around and people get picked up, you know?
Yeah.
Dropped off, picked up. That's exactly what it looks like is going on.
And sometimes they'll use Queen Road, like maybe they might not know the area very well, or maybe they're just trying to use the roundabout. The other day we saw a school bus get stuck. Like
no. Enon, if that ever happens, get a video. What happens when that happens?
And actually a school bus. It was somebody who had a school bus, but they were in the.
It wasn't really a school bus. It was somebody that has a school bus.
Total hippie move. Love it.
I'm sorry, man.
I love it.
I'm so sorry, but
that's not
It's
normal.
like super little, like tight little like driveway. They're like, hey, can we get out here? Like just super lost. We're like, why would anybody bring a school bus there unless they're lost? Because it's
from
terrible
Evergreen.
to get out of.
Let's get it out of the way because a lot of
they were probably bringing in the grand jury. When was this, Inan?
Yeah, some stoner hippie is just.
All right, this is driving me nuts, guys. Because nothing against Lana or anything. They were having a good time. I'm gonna pull up another version of it because it's too noisy and you can't really like concentrate on what he's saying. So my apologies. 1 second here. One second here. Maybe. I can't seem to find the original, guys. Must have been taken down or privated or something. I see the one from 7 months ago. I wonder why. That's weird. 1 second here.
You know, and like I said, I take everything the media says with a grain of salt.
Hold on. Maybe this one will be better. Let me see.
Thank you, Nicole. Yes, Gina, I saw it. So it can't be old advocate. Sorry, distracted. Being there around the time when he's getting home.
Okay, Grizzly has it too, but she doesn't have it playing. Okay. All right, hold on, CH. Thank you, dear. Yeah, I couldn't find it based on the where it originated from.
Yeah, and this is weird because I promise I was waiting for CJ's stream to start. Something, I don't know if it autoplayed or whatever, because I don't remember looking for Frank's channel. I didn't, you know?
Right.
But it was playing, and it was Frank and Enon, and that was it. And, oh gosh. Actually, is Annie Potts in here?
I see Hearts has one, but it's only like 12 minutes.
Okay, I'm looking right now for it with Harsh's stuff. The link should be. Where'd you find it at, Mama Bear?
I just went under Inan Harsh interview. That's what I searched for.
That's what I did too, but it's not.
The filters I put video. I don't know if that'll make a difference or not.
That might help. 1 second, sorry.
I'm looking in my history, and the only thing that I've seen today, according to my history with him, is there's a video called Let's Break It Down, hashtag Kohberger, hashtag Idaho Evidence. Can it be dismissed? And that was like from 5 hours ago when I clicked on it. But I was kind of like trying to fast forward through it, and I didn't see him in it.
Mm. Who was the creator with it?
It's Unresolved Crimes. I literally
Yeah.
saw
that's
a
the one
video with Frank and this guy, and that was it. Nobody else was on the panel.
Yeah, I think he took it down because I saw. I mean, Lana had it, and
Crime Sleuthin says she's yelling. It's on my community page.
she's yelling. Okay.
Who, I'm yelling?
No, Crime Sleuthin.
Oh.
Okay, here we go. Let me see. Oh, la 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 la. All right.
And Harsh made a video about it too today.
Yeah, he did.
Saying Inan Harsh is
All right,
back.
we're live. Relax.
Yes, guys, we know it is on Frank's channel.
It's not though. He either privated it or took it down or whatever. So
Oh, okay.
I choose not to use his stuff if I don't have to.
I know.
You know, even if I mean, it's just my thing.
He put. Apparently he's mad because Lana used it.
Oh, so that's why.
Making jokes.
You know, all we're doing is reviewing it. That's what creators are supposed to work together doing. But that's why I don't do that, because of that. Whatever. Okay, I got it. I got it right here. All right, everybody, sorry for all the delay. Let's try this again. And thank you, Crime Sleuthin. This footage is brought to us via Crime Sleuthin and, of course, Unresolved Crimes. We got it. Let's do this.
Yes,
Let me introduce you to Willie. Willie is
got it.
friend of Brian.
What, hon?
I was telling Shaz, I'm just gonna say Shaz, that we got it. They're the one that keeps saying it's on Frank's channel. It's on Frank's channel. It's on Frank's channel. We know. We got it.
That's a good point, Jules. She said Frank took it down because people were talking about it. I mean, of course, people are going to talk about it. It's
right.
You know, it's like a new car coming out on the market that's never been out before or hasn't been out in 25, 30 years. Oh, well, thank you. Blue Flame, I appreciate you. I kind of always have my hair combed, but thank you, I guess. But anyway, what was I going to say? I can't even remember now. Anyway, here it is.
Jules' comment.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Right. Jules, I mean, it's like buying a car that just came back out after being off the market for 25 years. Of course, people are going to talk about it. They're going to go look at it. They're going to, you know what I mean? It's whatever. Anyway, here it is. Let's do this.
So you keep saying that. So you keep saying that shit. A friend of Brian's. Like, I don't know why you keep saying that. I knew of Brian.
I knew of Brian. Whatever.
Jesus, Mike, with you.
I was giving you more credit than you were actually.
Listen, I don't want credit like that. I knew Brian. Like, you know, I knew of Brian. I know people that you know knew Brian, but we'll get to that later on in the segment.
But Inan, thank you so much for joining me, man. Because you can clear some stuff up.
I think it might be frozen.
Yeah, he has that issue.
There
we go.
Hey, you're on mute, buddy.
You're on mute.
Sorry, I had to fix my sound a little bit.
No worries. How you doing, my man?
No, not too bad. Just chilling. You know.
How was California?
Say what?
I said, how was California?
Oh, it was great. Yeah. A lot of fire spinning, a lot of learning. It was super dope.
Awesome. Did you get to review the footage that I showed?
Sorry, hold on. Let me find out how to put this on speakerphone because I can't really hear you yet.
So do you have an Android?
Yeah.
Okay, so click the power up button, hit your 3 dots, and you're gonna have to use your media volume to turn it up, not your phone volume.
Oh, word.
I just learned it the other
He
day.
did say that,
I was
Jules.
going months and months with it. I was like, why the hell can't I fucking hear anybody?
Oh my God, we're cool. I found it. Yeah. Okay, dope. It's
All right.
been so long trying to figure that out.
Nice.
Cool.
So yeah.
kind of a question just beforehand. I mean, obviously you got like a lot of attention by this case, and I don't think it's always justified because yeah, a lot of people think that you're an oddball and you don't give a shit, which is good. But I was kind of like revisiting the things that you said, and it fucking makes sense. Like the car that you saw, right? Like that the black SUV, and it specifically had like these trims, right? These silver trims that you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I usually, when I see something that stands out like that, it's usually pretty accurate, I feel like.
That's a really nice car.
Yeah,
But
you don't see cars like that in this area all the time. So when they do, you're like, wonder what that car is doing here.
Like you never seen that car before.
No.
Dude, the only thing that I know is in like Moscow is like freaking Jeeps with like tires on the end of it. That's what I see all the time.
Yeah, large trucks, 4-wheelers, SUVs, and like a lot of Subarus, just because it's the area of Subarus. But outside of that, anything kind of stands out. City cars, trims, high trim stand out. I mean, there's wealthy people here. Well, I guess, they got Christchurch and there's a lot of wealthy people here, but they don't, they're usually tucked away in the hills, not on campus and shit.
Oh, exactly. So that's why I was saying that car is like so interesting. That's why I showed you that photo of it being impounded. Because if you say it was there at 1:30 and you're 100% right on that, then dude, you're a pretty heavy witness. Because I will always assume that black SUV was like a cop car or something like that. It really looked like this undercover cop.
Yeah, like DEA or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, Moscow does have a DEA task force here, so.
But did you get contacted by police afterwards at all?
I mean, they hit me up the next day, like they knocked on everybody's door, but after that, no. I just for the subpoena.
You got a subpoena?
Yeah, from the public defender, but the pretrial got canceled, so I never had to show up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's of. What about so the prosecution never asked you anything?
No.
Wow.
Wow.
But the defender did.
I don't it's to me it's like the FDA already had.
This is the actual interview. This is the link to the interview, guys. This is what it is. This is Frank's interview. I clicked on the link and it took me to it. Bingo. That's what we're on.
This wrapped up. They don't really care about anything else, like they got their own evidence and I'm sure it's immaculate, you know what I mean?
Somebody just said, do you know of the guy who got arrested, Brian?
No, I never met him.
Somebody had a really good question. I think it was, let me go up. Do you know if the black SUV
Really, you're
had a
cutting out.
Montana?
Oh, there we go.
Do you know if the Montana, if the black SUV had a Montana plate by any chance?
No, I don't remember the plate at all. Honestly,
you can see the plate in that photo that I sent you. You can see it. It's like 2006.
All right,
I think it has Washington plates. Not entirely sure.
Wolfie, I'll get to that. Let's see. And okay, so I have a question for you. So what time did you get home? Was it 1:30 or was it 3 something?
I mean, this guy just sent me a video of a car. I think it looks about right. It was like 1:26, maybe. I don't know, dude. It's so far. It is so long ago.
I got you.
I got like that report from the Idaho Statesman, the one that you first did your interview with, and you say approximately 1:30. Then that camera footage came out. So I kind of. What road did you take though? Did you go for Queen Road, like alongside the house, or did you?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then that is you. We can even show it if people like. Let's see.
Wait a minute. Can you pause for a second?
What's up?
Did he just say he got home at like 1 something?
I believe he did. Let me go back.
No, I mean, people in chat are saying that too because somebody earlier had said, no, he got home around 3 or whatever, and that's why he's saying that that's his car on that footage. But in this, he just said, yeah, I was typing and I thought I heard 1 something.
126.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
Uh-huh. Kind of interesting.
I wouldn't even put this fool on the stand, to be honest.
I agree. I agree.
Right.
I mean, we all know he likes his pharmaceuticals and whatnot. He's not reliable. He's not credible at all.
That's the biggest thing I have with him is I wouldn't trust him to tell me what cartoons he watched that morning. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He says 126 and then still says it's him in the camera later. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Like, if you don't catch these things, then you're just kind of like, what? You know? And a chick says Ann might present him as a possible suspect. It's very possible. I can't handle the laugh, though. It's hard to get through that sometimes. I'm just saying, guys. Sorry.
And coincidentally, that's exactly 30 minutes before the girls got home.
Right. Yes, it is. Good point, Dolphin.
Okay.
Vicky Harrison said he dropped some bombs in this interview, so that's a good one. Here we go.
I mean, dude, then you must have heard so much fucking noise because cars were coming in and coming out. I mean, I'm not sure if that is normal. I mean, you live there.
I usually only hear cars if they come into the Queen Apartments parking lot.
Thank you, Heather.
But I mean, I'm usually listening to music, and I have Orphindales. They fill sound pretty well, so that's usually on in my apartment.
I was 125. I sent you that.
You don't know Floyd Decker from Boise, do you? Ina?
No.
No.
I don't know very many people here, honestly, if they don't work in the kitchen.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How long you been cooking?
6-ish. Oh, cooking like 7 years.
Is that what you do?
7,
You're a
8
chef,
years.
right?
Say what? Yeah,
Is that correct?
I'm actually I'm switching gears. I'm about to go to school this fall, so I'm finishing my degree up.
What are you going for?
Data analytics.
Wow.
Yeah.
Complete 180, huh?
Complete 180.
Oh man. Dude, you got a funny laugh, man. It reminds me of the background guys from SpongeBob.
Jesus
like the ones that are on the beach, like,
Let's see.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming up, man.
Let's see. This is too hard though, but
yeah, man, props to you guys. I don't know how you guys identify anything on this angle.
No, that's kind of the issue because there's this video came out. It's 8 hours long, technically, and just certain segments came out.
And you never even went over to. You never been in that house, right?
No, I've only been in the yard.
Okay.
Let's see. You should hear your car pretty clear if it is yours, because you didn't go all the way around.
Well, back then I think I was driving an Ionic, which is a hybrid, so it doesn't make very much noise in low speeds.
Is really sensitive though.
Oh, it's quiet as fuck. People don't even hear it when they're walking.
So where do you reside now?
I'm in the same place.
Okay.
Oh, you still live there? Awesome. See, and you can hear see headlights. I think that might be your turning approximately. I wasn't sure. What starts there though?
That was the main question some people had.
See. I'm not sure though. I swear I could see headlights, but
Is it me or does he look really nervous? Like right now?
Which one?
Inan himself.
Yeah, he does.
You know, he's got that, the way he's like kind of playing with his mouth or whatever he's doing there with his hands. He looks really nervous right this moment. I don't know why. I'm
Right.
taking it, but he does to me. Just
I
saying.
can see that.
there we go. So I figured that was you.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's so hard to tell from this angle, but yeah.
You cannot see it, but
there's not a lot of like other traffic in this time, so I'm pretty sure that's me.
I mean, I'm not sure though, but there's a lot of traffic going on.
Oh, there is? Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You got people walking, people walking up the dumpsters. You got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, you have like a car coming up like 6 times, but I cannot tell. Like, sure, you can see that white sedan, but that's it. Like, what side do you live on, though, Inan? Like on the left side or the right side of the building?
Like, yeah, I'm on the left of this in this driveway coming up. I'm on the left.
Gotcha. But you can see like different cars coming up and down. I mean, sure, other people live there as well, so I'm not sure what kind of work they do, but.
Word. I guess I just didn't hear a lot of like cars come up in my specific lot or whatever, because like I can't remember. Let's see, there's King Road. I think King Road is like pretty active usually, or whatever that main road is, and then the road right off of it, because there's the frat house right up there, so they get a lot of stuff. But lots of time it doesn't usually
You can't go from,
overdrift into our lot.
Gotcha.
You can't go from Queen Road to Linda Lane, right?
No, I think we can. Oh, let's see, because Queen Road isn't like a real road. You know what I mean? It's like more of a driveway.
Yeah.
And then it connects to, I think, Linda, and then that connects to I can't remember, Taylor, I think, or whatever the main road is. But yeah, you have to go onto Linda to go onto Queen, and then the King's the other parallel, if I remember correctly. I think that's how it works.
Yeah.
But
because in technicality, it's Queen Road, right? It's not King Road.
Yeah, but there is a King Road. The King Road is where
That's the first thing. That's the first.
Yeah, yeah. So that's where the frat house is. That's where the frat house is, and then you have Linda. So if I remember correctly, it's King and Queen parallel to each other, and then Linda is the one that you can go to either of. It's the cross street or whatever. And so we're looking at Linda, and then that crosses into Queen, and Queen goes into my parking lot. Like, that's not a real road. It's more of just like a parking lot. And I feel like King's almost that way too. It's like you pull up a map, bro.
All right. I mean, in technicality, he's the expert here, so who am I to doubt him?
Montez.
I mean, I would want to pull up the map, but
go through here.
We are not allowed to go to Queen Road anymore because everything is like blurry.
Let's see here. So it does connect to Queen does connect to Linda.
I lied to you. I had to double check it. So the Linda King connects to Queen, and then Linda is the side street. So I feel like King gets a fair amount of traffic just because of the frat house right there, but I feel like the Queen Road gets a little bit like not very many cars actually drift all the way into Queen or whatever. They're usually just going to the frat, you know what I mean?
And that's why I wanted you on, because in a video, there's a lot of traffic going on. I'm not sure if there was like a party up there,
I'm, even without parties, I feel like the frat house would still be pretty active just because a lot of people are like returning from the bars or they have like their own like little low key party. Like some people, I think it's a live-in frat, so I think some people live there. So, since it's a weekend, a lot of party people, like they might not have a party there, but you still have a lot of people that are partying and are returning home or whatever.
No, but what I was meaning is within those allegedly when the murders happened, like in a few hour time span, you can see several cars like going around Queen Road.
Yeah.
Around the building that you live in.
Bye, Jules. We'll see you
Yeah,
later.
so there's also apartments below that are kind of big on party. They have like block parties sometimes. And I think lots of people will get picked up on Queen Road. There's little steps that go behind. So it's like, I think some people like getting dropped off or like going over, and sometimes they'll use Queen Road. Like maybe they might not know the area very well, or maybe they're just trying to use the roundabout. The other day we saw a school bus get stuck. Like it wasn't actually a school bus. It was somebody who had a school bus, but they were in this like super little like tight little like driveway. They're like, hey, can we get out here? Like just super lost. We're like, why would anybody bring a school bus there unless they're lost? Because it's terrible to get out of.
Let's get it out of the way, because a lot of people said that you were at the food truck as well, that you were just at work, right?
Nope. I don't know why that keeps coming up, but no, I haven't been to the food truck in years. I don't get out, dude. I don't get food from work where I cook it at home. Shit's too expensive.
Yeah, a couple people were asking about the food truck.
No, exactly. I mean, and this is why I was saying we need to cut you some slack, because the first interview that we did was freaking awesome as well. And then you went on Hidden True Crime, and you cut out and everything things that you were fishy. I was like, cut the dude some slack, I mean, he might be the most interesting witness that we have by that fucking SUV. And everybody goes like, yeah, no, that SUV was from a family member or whatever. But if you saw it at fucking 1:30, how the fuck did it come later? And
yeah. Yeah, I don't know. People are silly.
Nah, but okay, Inan, can you because we know now with the PCA, right? So I can ask you more specific questions, if you don't mind. Even if you mind, go fuck yourself. Not kidding. I don't do that.
You're good. You got till about 8:40 before I gotta head out. So
we got 8 minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
No worries. I thank you for coming on, anyways.
No worries.
Let me see. What is it? No. I am pretty sure there are like multiple cameras on that road because of that probable cause affidavit, right? Like, what camera is like more visible? Because there's in the PCA it says that there is a camera that sees in front of the house. Like, we know that camera, that light bulb camera that everybody is talking about, that is not the one that I'm talking about. There should be a camera at, I think, the Blue Apartments. Is that 712? Not entirely sure anymore. Anyways, if you can see any cameras, could you please? Because, dude, I've been breaking my balls about it.
I've literally never noticed cameras until after this incident. They put one up on our stairs in our apartment complex, but there was never cameras before then. I mean, I'm sure some, people had some cameras on in their windows or whatever, but we didn't know about them.
Oh, fair enough. But I wonder then, what is that camera that they caught that fucking U-turn of? Because it should be in front of that house. It's like so weird. All right, guys, you guys have a couple of minutes to ask Inan questions. So
all right,
go
well,
ahead.
let me see. Let me scroll up a little bit, and then I asked you. A lot of people had some of the same question about the food truck. I'm only going to ask respectful questions. Let's see. Brian, let's see. Could you let him fight? I don't know what that means. So do you know if there was any kind of parties going on, like huge parties going on the night before, or
didn't seem like it. I'm sure there were like some low key parties, but there wasn't a lot. There wasn't like any sensual parties like there is some weekends.
Okay. And again, I'll just get this one out of the way because this is the question that most people are asking. So I know you when you had spoke to Frank, you had mentioned that you had heard something. You had heard a scream.
There wasn't a Washington Post that he heard a scream.
Yeah. Now again, people just have a question on like the editing. I guess there was a social media post, and I guess you had edited it, taking out that part of the screaming.
Yeah, that was just me replying to an article that I read that morning when I woke up. That was that said there was no sounds that night, and I just woke up and I was just replying to the article. And also I also just kind of dismissed the scream initially as a party sound or whatever. No, not actually a real disturbance.
So it was not a statement that you made. It was just a response.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, but like why? But you edited your original post, correct?
Yeah, that was I think I deleted it after how much attention I was getting. Just seemed like the wise thing to do.
Okay. And then I'm assuming you put it back up without that part in it.
I don't remember what I did after that. Did I put it back up?
No,
I just deleted it.
You deleted it.
No, okay. I thought it was just edited, so I didn't know.
It's hard because people. I feel like people keep up with me more than I keep up with myself sometimes. Right now.
That is fine. That is fine. So Drunk Turkey asks you, is it common for people to walk around the apartment complex in the early morning hours of the weekend?
How early?
Not
early
really.
morning, like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Probably pretty common. Past that, probably not so common. Yeah.
Okay, so like 3, 4, 4:30 is not common at all.
Most people are usually done by 3 to 5 a.m. here. Even the the hardcore people.
Dude, I can party like until 6 and then I'm done.
Yeah, I know Europe's a little different. They got the nightclubs up all night. Seattle's that way too. Your nightclubs close at 4 p.m. So a little different vibe.
Okay, we've got a super chat. Describe the SUV again.
Yeah, like I said, it's the background in SpongeBob.
Super tinted, super black. Ballin' rims. Looked like a, I don't know, baller vehicle. Baller vehicle alert.
What the hell does mean baller vehicle, ballin' rims, what is that? Like big money or something?
Yeah, luxury vehicle. Something that's flashy.
Jesus. All right. Sorry, I'm old, I guess.
That is the one that is in an impound or was an impound. I wonder who it belonged to though. I really wonder. I mean, how many cars did you usually see around there?
On the weekend, it can be. It varies a lot depending on how active that night is or whatever. It can be a full parking lot to that night. It was pretty empty. A few extra cars on the side streets, but that's about it.
Okay.
How late do you usually get back from work or leave from work? Sorry.
Back then, anywhere from 11 to like 1 at the latest, usually. That night was pretty late.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know Joseph Morris, or have you ever spoken to him?
Nope, never heard the name before.
Never.
Okay. I'd never heard of that fucking name.
And have you? And you reviewed all the footage. Have you footage or not? Not really.
Which footage? The one of the driveway?
Yeah, there was a guy walking around like 3. I believe it was. I got to go back to the timestamps, but I believe it was 3:15 around there. Did you get to do something or?
Oh no, I only glimpsed it. I'll have to go back and check that out. I didn't know that yet.
I can send you everything, bro. No worries.
Okay. Yeah, somebody just had a question. Because like I said, we had seen somebody walking, and somebody has a nice question. How's your cat doing?
She's good.
Yeah. What's your cat's name?
Tanae.
Tanae? Okay.
Yeah.
Nice name.
So, question: is it difficult to find parking here?
Sometimes on the weekends. In the summer, no. In the fall, a little bit. It depends. Yeah, it depends on when you get back. You know, sometimes it'll be empty at the night, but then when people start returning back from the bars or whatever, it starts to fill up sometimes. And then if there's a party, sometimes like the sorority and Greek people will kind of like overflow into our parking lot, and it can be hard. But yeah, it depends really.
Like, what is the vibe now there in Moscow, though?
I'm such an introvert. It's starting to get back to normal though. People are, I think, feeling a little more comfortable. It seems like these partyings are starting to pop up again. So it seems like it's starting to normalize a little bit.
So everybody's starting to kind of settle back in, huh?
Yeah. Yep.
It's interesting.
Exactly.
So there's not so you haven't like seen any kind of doubt in the community of if they have the right guy, if
I'm not a community very much, but I mean, I'd be surprised if.
What's that, hon?
I said, bye, Zelda. Love you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Bye, Zelda. Thank you again, hon.
There was.
Gotcha. And then what school are you going to now? What school do you attend?
WSU.
WSU. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, a couple people had that question. Let's see. I heard about that night. What happened?
Let me see something. What do you think about the house being demolished?
No opinion. I don't know. It's probably a good thing. I don't know.
I don't really have an opinion as well. I mean, hold on, we got another super chat in here. What do you have the gut truck? Oh, you already answered that question. No.
Yeah, I do got to go though. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, man.
Take care. Thank you so much for joining, my man.
Yeah. Take it easy, guys.
Until the next one.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Yeah. Till next time. Peace.
All right, guys. Thank Inan for at least joining us. I think we got a lot of questions done, don't we?
Yeah, I tried to get as much in as I could, going from what everybody was asking. So if I missed anybody,
it's kind of hard when it's all
right. And there's that. There wasn't much to it. I don't know. Does anybody have any thoughts or theories on this? Comments? Any bit at all?
Other than his laugh made my headache worse? No.
I just can't. It drives me nuts. It does remind me of Dr. Giggles. It's a little crazy. But, we did catch that whole 126 thing. Jules caught it. Dolphin caught it. A couple of people caught it, actually. Do you have any thoughts on that, Dolphin?
Oh, hold on one second. The dog just walked in and opened the door again. Hold on.
Oh, okay. You're fine. You're fine.
Mine does that too.
The lap is very I just can't. Bit crazy there. So.
Okay, sorry about that. And I left the room a minute ago. What did you ask me?
Oh, I just wondered if you had any thoughts on the comment he made about the 126 time and so on. Any comments at all about that at all?
Oh, yeah, this guy is just all over the place. I mean, I understand he has his challenges, and his extracurricular activities and a past and whatnot. But he's all over the place, and it seems like anytime he's being interviewed, he's all over the place, So I just don't think he's credible at all.
I can go
or he's given so many, I guess, like conflicting statements in these different interviews that I'm just kind of like, maybe there's some truth in there, but it's like, how do you pull it out of everything he said?
Frank had interviewed him 7 months ago. And what Frank was on this show one time said that he had talked to him and he believed he was harmless because he's so just not in with it. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
But now here's another comment that I had found that was made from one of Inan's teachers. And that statement was that he's super intelligent and kind of puts on a show to come off as he's not. Okay, now I don't know how true that is. Okay, we have no way to verify anything like that, but it was a statement made that she loved him to death, that he's super intelligent, and he kind of puts on this little facade that he's just kind of a dingbat. You know what I mean? So I don't know. He could know more than what he's talking about, and he could know absolutely nothing. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
So
The only thing I keep picturing is him in court. Everything's all serious, and then he busts out with this laugh, and I just can't.
It would be. It's hard to take him serious. It really is.
It really is. I can't.
Right. All right. Well, Mama Bear, Dolphin, does anybody have anything more for me today?
Nope,
No, I don't.
All right. Eddie says, my only thoughts on this Inan interview is concerning Dr. Twitchy's videos of him driving to California. Is there any way that those could be recovered? Does anybody know? I don't, buddy. I'm sorry. I know he said he went to California, and he just said he's back and he's still living in the same place. It does look different to me from the last place that he interviewed at, though, that he called his apartment. Unless he moved his stuff around a lot, this place behind him looks completely different. It doesn't even look like the same place. I could be wrong. Okay.
I thought I saw those high beams in the ceiling, though, earlier when he was talking.
Like
when he was in the top right-hand corner of the screen, that's when I saw a little clip of this earlier.
He's up here then. Okay, I see what you're talking about. Like, 1 second here. You're talking about like up in here, these beams and stuff up here.
Yeah, the beams up like above his head at one point of the interview.
Right. Well, see, this is what bothers me about that.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and I did notice something. That's why I'm saying it looks like he might be in a different place than from where he was before. 1 sec. Sorry, guys. My son was asking me a question. Let me show you guys something here real quick. And this just might be me. Okay, maybe it is. It just looks different in this aspect here.
Arizona.
And now if we go back and look at this interview, it's just the way he must have things set up now that makes it show, or the camera angle. Because I can see the wood up here, but this all looks different to me. And again, it could just be the way things are set up.
Okay, and he's got all that stuff on the wall behind it. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Could also be the angle of the camera, too.
That's what I'm saying. The camera angle might be different completely, and he may just have changed things around.
And Chalk Baby said maybe it's just a different room.
That's what I mean. He may have changed things completely around. Who knows? It's hard to say.
Yeah, and if he's on a laptop, I mean, he could be anywhere.
That's true too. Yeah, very true. You can take that anywhere you want. You can go sit in the bathroom with it. Who knows? He may have been in his bedroom. He may have been in the dining room, living room. Well, I'm sure there's no dining room, but Colleen Fottrell says, is Inan an informant playing dumb? Who knows at this point? I can't picture him being an informant, but who am I? You know what I mean? Who am I? All right, guys. If you two amazing ladies have nothing else to add, I think we're probably going to be bringing it down for the day then. We've been going live. We've been live. Oh, let me take this down. We've been live.
4 hours.
Yeah. So I think that's going to do it for today. Anybody in chat, do you have anything else that you would like to discuss? Approach? I think it was a good show today. I want to thank Kim once again for jumping up here to kind of straighten some things out, tell the story, answer some questions for people. That is very much appreciated. Dolphin, thanks for joining us today to ask the questions. We appreciate you. Mama Bear, always happy to have you jump up here. Always, always, always. It's great to have you here, actually, Mama Bear. We don't get to see you very much.
I know. I'm glad I was able to be here.
Yes, appreciate you so very much. So I don't see anything on the chat. Any more questions? We had up over 700 some people here today at some point. So thank you all very much for joining us. You guys are amazing. As I always say, and it is now the weekend, folks. So I do hope you have the very best weekend you possibly can. I'm sure you guys will see me somewhere out here in YouTube land sometime this weekend. I don't believe I will be going live from my channel itself, but I'm sure I will be somewhere else. Other than that, I will be here Monday. Same time, same place, same Dago, doing the same type of stuff with all of you. I am planning on jumping over to Publicly Buzzed tonight. It's Feral Friday, guys. If you will, please join me. Join us over there tonight, guys. It is a good time over there. You got to love the Brothers Buzzed, Dan and Steve. They always make it worth the fun after a long week of doing the stuff that we do. It's always kind of nice to be able to unwind. That's the best place to do it, guys. Feral Fridays is the place to be. If we could drop a link for Publicly Buzzed, guys, for anybody that's not subscribed, doesn't know about it, check it out. I really, really think you'll enjoy yourselves. It's a great family over there. They are some good guys. So that being said, there's the link right there. Thank you, Stevie. Join us for Feral Fridays at Publicly Buzzed. There's the link. I should see you guys all there. I hope to. If I don't, you guys have an amazing weekend. Don't forget to love yourselves, to love each other, and to please, please don't change anything about who you are, because you are the beautiful people. And I will see you all so very soon. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. Love you all. I should see you guys on Monday. Talk to you later.
Oh, that's interesting.